Hello. Hey there, everybody. No, you have not been banned, Flaky Jake, but I looked at that video that senior citizen saw. In fact, I'll put it in the chat. Making fun of autistic people and violence against autistic people. And I did notice that you appreciated his work. Liliana loved it. Angel, of all people, appreciated it. So, you're not banned, but I don't have any interest in having any kind of connection with you or getting to know you. But you can hang out here with friends. Hey, Xtos. But I don't you don't meet my moral standard of people that I want in my life or in my community. But I'm not going to ban you unless you give me a reason to. All right. This. Oh, by the way, this is just a little short morning stream. I have a lot of. We're going to be doing a lot of TV watching in the Discord today. And while I'm waiting for that, I had the itch to get on here. Hey, Jeff. What's up? How are you? Happy, whatever time, happy panel time. So this stream is just, I'm waiting on everybody to get involved with that. So I'm going to be here for like an hour, maybe hour and a half, and then go off and watch a bunch of educational television and then come back. I might take a nap first. I had about 3 hours of sleep. But I'm here and for a little while at least. Why don't we look at the news? Let's see what happened. The pager, walkie-talkie and pager attacks. Top headline. Oh, they found a body that they believe might be the Kentucky shooter. I had forgotten all about that actually. Wow. Cause that's all. Unless it's happening in your town, all news is different stories of what's happening in other places. That if it's not that relevant to your immediate life, you may forget if it drops off the headlines. So news. I mean, I guess there is a sense to which the news is manufactured in some way. Like they don't. You can't know everything about everything, so they select the stories that they think you're going to be interested in. And those change from day to day, week to week. But we think of that as the news that's happening at any given moment. But it's really just a selection. Passed out at work? What? Like just from fatigue, stress? Wow. Or do you have a doctor you're going to check in with and make sure it's not anything to worry about? That's easy to do, especially if you, like I do when I'm working. I get locked into the zone, and I don't realize how much time I'm working, how hard I'm working, how much I haven't eaten. Sometimes if I have to pee, any of that, and like even on the streams where I do these 12-hour streams, and I don't even notice that 12 hours has passed. It it's easy to push yourself and not realizing you're pushing yourself. Oh, good, good. That happened to me in 2021. Just it was the night before I was packing up to move to my apartment where I am now, and I spent all day packing, loading boxes, like carrying heavy shit, dragging stuff, moving furniture, all kind of shit, all day. I didn't really eat. I didn't really drink, like hydrate or anything, and like later that afternoon or early evening, I was in the kitchen talking to my roommate, and suddenly I could feel my body like start to fall forward, and I remember trying to grab the countertop and my arm resting on the counter, and then next thing I know, I woke up on the floor. I was bleeding, like I could feel blood on my face. I have pictures of it somewhere, a giant bruise over like half the side of my face where I had like crashed face first into the floor. Apparently, I didn't make the counter, and I had lost consciousness like for a few seconds. And the only thing I could think is it was from a lot of physical exertion, dehydration, not 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 getting a water and low blood sugar and all that. And I got really lightheaded, and I my body started to on its own just kind of go down. It was scary because it happened so fast. Like 1 minute I was standing up, I could feel the very beginning of some little bizarre sensation, and next thing you know, I was on the floor with blood and a giant bruise, and my face was throbbing, and kind of a few moments of unconsciousness before that. And like it can happen, medical shit can happen that quickly. Mm-hmm. That's how it was with me. Like you don't even notice. It happens so quickly you don't even notice that it's happening, and then you wake up with people over you. Yeah. And I've also had these it's usually after I'm at a doctor's appointment and they do something with me in the doctor's but it's called, I think they call it vageling or the vagus response or something with vasopressin. Maybe I should look it up. And I remember one time I had a minor vasovagal syncope, um, vagal response. I had some procedure, like an inpatient, a day, like outpatient procedure. So I didn't think anything of it. I drove myself to the appointment. They did the procedure, and I was gonna drive myself back. And I got in the car. They had like used mild sedative or something. I pulled out of the parking garage. This was in New Orleans, and I was driving down. It was along the river road, like along the levee. I forgot what the road's called. And I was driving, and I could feel myself getting dizzy while I was driving and losing consciousness. It's kind of like when you hang upside down, the blood rushes to your head, but kind of in reverse. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm behind the wheel of a car. There's traffic. There's cars in front of me. There's cars behind me. I can't lose consciousness right now. And it kind of like wavered and got dizzy. And all I could tell myself was hang on to the steering wheel, try to keep the car in a forward direction. I couldn't even really see anything. It lasted a few seconds, but it was so scary. And then I called the doctor when I got home, and they said, "Oh yeah, that was a vagus response, and we'll put it in your chart that you had one." And I've had a couple of others, usually after doctor's visits or medical procedures. Oh, this still is open panel, by the way, even though it's not going to be a long stream. I think I pinned the link, or I intended to. Let me check. Yep, links up. Y'all can come on if you want. It's mainly just morning coffee. Stimulation of the vagus nerve causes symptoms such as lightheadedness, sweating, and blurred vision. Yes, that's what happened to me. This can happen because of stress, pain, heat, having a bowel movement, oh Lord, or even standing too long. In some cases, vasovagal syncope, typically brief episode of passing out, can also occur. Here, I'll put a link on it. And then I remember when I was an altar boy during the Easter Vigil Mass, which is a really long Mass. It's one of the longer Masses, that and Christmas Midnight Mass. And there's a lot of standing for a long time. And one of the altar boys, he did that thing like that happens in the military, where like he stood for so long and his knees locked up or something, and he just like we were all standing along the side up at the altar along the dais, and he was in his altar boy robe and everything, and he just the whole church could see him just do this and just fall forward onto the floor. The priest had to stop the mass and walk over to him and see if he was okay. Girl. Oh yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while. Well, he's being what the big five calls conscientious, and some people might call being considerate or being a gentleman. Um, can you flash up in the back? We have a guest that might want to come on. He's probably a regular if he's the person he looks like he is. I just need camera verification. Um, can you flash your cam or send me a? Are you on Discord? Oh, cool. And I'll be back out again today too. We're gonna watch catch up on our reality shows, and then I'll come back. Morning, Dom. No Discord. Okay. You know what? I have an overlay. I just remembered. I have a troll overlay. I will get you on. Here, I have a few I want to try actually. That one's not wide enough. This is one of our old logos. It just has. Let's just do this one for now. Hey, is that you?
Yes, it is, Jeff. How are you doing?
What's up? Good morning.
I'm just
Page the pager. What's on the pager?
I'm Pagey the pager.
Oh,
I'm the bomb, from what I hear.
are you? Oh, the. Stop.
Wreaking havoc through the Middle East, you know.
That was fun. Already.
You know, the weird thing was, before like 2024 and stuff, the biggest thing that I used to do was write boobs and send it to people on myself.
Right, I remember boobs. Yes, I remember and you did it. You could do it with calculators too.
Correct. Those are my cousins.
My partner Mike was deaf, and we used pagers to communicate. Like when he was at work, or when we weren't in the same place, and we needed to, because he couldn't really use the phone, so he would send me a message, and I could like call. I could either like text back if it was a word, or I could call and then call his work, and one of his coworkers could like mediate the phone call for us. But it was a way for him to let me know that he was trying to get in touch with me.
Yeah, I had a pager back in the 90s. I think for work also when I drove auto parts, and then my girlfriend got me a pager, but we never really even used it. It was just like, why'd you get me a pager? Like, it was just...
Oh, they were all the rage for a while. I mean, they had the Beeper Boutique at the mall. It was like a fad. It was like a status symbol. Everybody was buying the latest fancy pagers. They had all different colors and designs.
Yeah, my Arab friends, they actually had a hair salon that was half the salon was a hair salon, the rest of it was pagers. It was really, they were hairy pagers. It was really strange, but that was like the status symbol there.
Was that their name?
No, they were. I think it was Amir's pagers.
Oh,
So.
Hey, Lance. What's up?
Yeah.
Well, what's going on with you today?
Nothing much. I see everybody talking about this pager thing, and like, do you remember the movie Bad Boys with Sean Penn back in the
Martin
80s?
Lawrence?
No. That's Will Smith's later on with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence.
Bad Boys.
It was Sean Penn's movie back in the 80s.
I remember Dreamscape.
Yeah, it was a really good movie. It had Sean Penn in it, and Ali Sheedy was his girlfriend in it. And she was, I guess, she was raped by some guy, but he actually got put in the same penitentiary as the guy that I guess attacked his girlfriend. But one of the scenes, a guy named Horowitz creates a bomb and puts it inside of a radio for Viking to listen to. And the guy's named Viking from the the cell block. He was like the mean leaders that were like beating everybody up, and the radio blew up in his face. Like nobody's ever playing that, but it was like it fits perfectly for it.
He did it on purpose?
Oh, Horowitz, yeah, because the guy, I guess, was like, graping everybody in like the cell block or whatever that was like, younger and stuff, the smaller, wimpy guys. And, like to get even with them and stuff, he left the radio in his cell, like as if it was like a gift. And the guy put it up to his ear. Like, remember how they used to put the radios to their ear back in the day and walk around with it? And,
the little transistor, yeah, I had one. The little
he had it was a boom
box
box, actually, he created for him in the jail. And that actually had like a circuit on there that had a fuse, and that blew up.
So wait, it was the boom box that blew up?
Yes.
It was and the guy put the boombox up to like. That
was
could
like
only happen in the 80s.
Yeah, it was a great movie though. I mean, it was like but yeah, Horowitz was like the nerd of the I guess the cell block and stuff, and they were picking on him because he was smaller. But yeah, it was definitely a great scene.
Ear.
So, how are you today?
Oh, I'm pretty good. I'm enjoying my coffee, getting ready for a wild day of television. Or streaming, they call it nowadays. It's not really television.
I saw something about Satan on a channel. Like it was a website. It was remember the Weekly World News.
Yes, I used to watch it. We used to. Oh my god, we would get it in the dorms and read it for entertainment. It was the funniest shit ever. And they had the Dear Dottie column, which
Okay.
would just make us scream with laughter. Their advice columnist. People would write it with all their problems, and she would just rip them to shreds.
I was going through like websites and stuff like that of old newspapers, and that Weekly World News actually has a whole entire thing about Satan on there, how to like sell your soul to him and everything, like
Yeah,
page by page and stuff. I
I
never
think I read
realized that it
that
was
one.
that in depth stuff with that, but I
That's
wasn't
been
sure if it was
around
serious.
since my day, and they had the National Enquirer, but the Weekly World Better was hands down
Yeah,
the
they had
better
Bat Boy.
publication. They didn't even try to stay attached to reality.
Yeah, Bat Boy was my favorite. He was like on every issue or whatever. That
I
guy
remember
like, was
Bat
citing
Boy.
him. So it was, yeah,
Little the little vampire baby with the big
we had Weird
ears.
New Jersey over here. You ever see that magazine?
Which one?
Weird New Jersey.
Uh-uh.
Oh, it's just all the folklore is about like New Jersey and stuff because we had like the Jersey Devil is like the main thing here over here. So
Yeah, isn't that like a little dog creature, animal creature?
like a goat kind of. I
Yeah.
guess it was some lady like got knocked up and they don't know down here actually in the Pine Barrens and it like basically jumped through the roof of the house or through the chimney or something like that when they were talking
And knocked
about
her
it.
up?
No. Like she got knocked up. I don't know how she got knocked up, but that was the weird thing. I always forgot that part of the story. But yeah, when she had the baby, it was like a goat, and it jumped around the house and like flew out the chimney, like reverse.
Here, y'all
Santa
got to
Claus.
see this Jersey Devil, this thing.
Yeah, that weird looking goat looking thing.
Yeah. I kind of like if I saw one of those, I would think it's cool. I'm like, hey.
But if it
Did
came
Satan
out of
send you?
that would be a little like like hey, what'd you do out there with the goats, lady?
Right. The chupacabras.
It's like is she doing some German porn or something like that? But yeah, definitely some
Oh,
weird
we are
stuff
in the
here.
internet age.
Yeah, I used to live. I went to some of those places in the weird New Jersey where like they had a jet in the woods, like a jet fighter, like I guess crashed near me in the woods up in Sussex County, and it's still in the woods, but it
You
has
could
no
just
engines.
go, like, play around in it?
You could. Well, I mean, like they stripped it of parts, but the frame is still there, so you can see like the
Oh,
whole frame
cool.
of it and stuff. But it's still there. But we actually just in the same location. Actually, a dude got eaten by a bear trying to take a selfie with it. So that was
Was
happened
there
2
any,
years
like,
ago.
white powder residue around the bear?
No, but they showed in the image they showed in the newspaper was the last image of the bear, the guy taking a picture with the bear or something like that, and then basically like he was bear food after that. But they showed the bear coming at him, and that's like what they showed in the image of the paper. But like the last picture he took, but the guy was from out of town. I don't even think he was from America. And
Is
didn't
this
realize-
it?
Yeah, that's the jet in the
This
woods
is
over-
cool as shit.
abandoned jet. Yeah, West Milford.
Look at this.
Well,
So,
that's
like,
not
you can hike. There's, like, a trail in the woods, and then it leads to the plane, and you can...
That actually isn't a picture of it. The other pictures in
Oh.
the back you had of them that were correct. But yeah, there's like
Oh,
a
which,
jet just
like
crashed in
this
the
one?
woods. It just fell out of the air and fell straight down. It looked like like didn't like crash through because the trees aren't knocked down. It just basically unless they
Oh,
grew
wait,
around
that's
it.
the wrong one. Hang on.
Yeah, you'll see like
Is
that.
this the
kind
cockpit?
I think that might be the one. It's
It
stripped
looks
for
like
parts.
somebody like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it kind of looks junglish because that area of West Milford has a lot of. They even have lizards there. It's really weird. Like you go through there and it's like Florida lizards.
It's weird
or-
to have lizards in New Jersey.
Well, they're like Florida lizards. We have like
Oh.
salamanders and stuff like from like the lakes and stuff and the rivers, but like like the ones that are like down south aren't really up here. You would think they would freeze, but they live in people's houses only in like one county.
Oh,
Those-
that's
those-
weird.
those really, like,
that's
dry looking
probably
ones.
one of the weirder New Jersey stories.
Yeah.
You'll have lizards, but only in one county.
Well, they're like the lizards from Florida. Like they would be the southern ones that you see.
Maybe
like,
they're like reverse retirement.
that, or they just find good places to live, like in like warm houses, and they just all like flock there, and then they basically live inside the air or whatever.
But only in
That's
that
what I'm
one
thinking.
county.
Yeah, that's that's the only one I've noticed. Those lizards actually around. But yeah,
Hey, Dom, what's up?
so
Welcome.
what are you doing this weekend?
This weekend?
Yeah.
Is it the weekend?
Well, it's Thursday.
Oh shit! What's today? Thursday? Fuck it is. I was on. It seemed like Monday was yesterday. This I'm sure.
Okay.
No,
I think Barnabas
nothing- I
is
have no
streaming tonight.
plans.
I think he said that he's doing a stream on pagers or whatever, so I had to create a pager.
So what do you know about the pager story? Do you,
From what I heard, that like let's see, the Little Hat guys, they figured out that they were using lower technology, and they basically went to the company and they figured out where they were creating them and physically went there and implanted the things inside of all the
I thought they
electronics.
ordered a shipment from Taiwan to sent to Israel, and then when it got to Israel, they
Well,
modified them with the devices and the detonator, and then they got. But then
somewhere
there's
along.
something about Budapest because the company in Taiwan is saying, it's not us, it's this
Yeah, I think
Budapest
everybody's
company."
passing the buck here and pointing fingers at everybody else because they don't want to lose business. But I mean, like only they would know exactly how it like transpired and stuff like that. We're just getting like like secondhand, people's suggestions and stuff like that. Because I think personally, I mean, like if the companies are making pagers, I mean, like the guy probably went there and was like part of the assembly line. Maybe who knows? It could have even went to that far. The guy did it like there or whatever, and then like smuggled them out or who knows. Like I'm just trying to figure out like you know I would think that like the people that have the pagers like would I guess kind of like figure out that there's something inside there, but I guess there's a big gap inside there to put stuff because everybody when they first came out, everybody was thinking that it was the batteries blowing up, but like batteries have to like be pierced or whatever. I didn't think they could actually superheat those things up, but then I found out that it was like C4 or something being put in them or some sort of like explosive
In the battery or in the pager?
inside the pager that they added to because I thought at first I thought it was the batteries blowing up, but it wasn't. So they definitely put something inside it. They said, but the story keeps changing. It seems like every time you hear it, they're like the one person that they called said that they basically I guess secondhand or they were the middleman or whatever for the things and they were made somewhere
Yeah.
else. But who knows? I mean,
Yes.
the fact
Who
that it happened is
knows?
pretty crazy to begin with. That like everybody's like pagers are just
It
blowing
makes
up.
me it makes me like Israel even more. Like I'm glad I was. It makes me glad I'm supporting that team.
Who?
Like go team.
Which team? Oh, Israel.
I'm glad there's that kind of ingenuity and
Oh
creativity
yeah.
and
I mean,
resourcefulness on their side.
yeah. I mean, it's just like the movie with Horowitz. I mean, the guy's name was actually Horowitz that made it.
Yeah, yeah.
So he looked like Horshack from Welcome Back, Kotter. Actually,
I remember Horseshack.
yeah. Horshack was in Friday the 13th. Remember that? He actually brought back Jason in one of them.
I didn't watch it. I
Oh.
can't watch those creepy movies.
Well, it was kind of like I think it might have been like the fourth one, which was really
Oh, I
weird. 'cause
definitely didn't
seeing Horshack that old in it, and he actually fought that dude Screech from Head of the Class or Saved by the Bell or something like that.
Yeah, that's
So,
called War, not Lost. That sounds like War to me.
but I mean, like,
He was on Saved by the Bell?
no, Horshack, Screech was.
Oh, I forgot about Screech. Yeah, his story really took a turn.
Oh yeah, he's
And I remember he was on some reality show that I watched. I forgot what it was. And
yeah,
he
he
was just
boxed
an
Horshack.
asshole. Everybody hated. He was not a pleasant character at all.
Dustin Diamond. Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
fought Horshack on that Celebrity Fights. Remember that? He beat him up really bad too. I think.
I forgot about celebrity fights.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. Because remember, China fought Joey Buttafuoco in there, and he beat the crap out of her. China, the
I
wrestler.
remember China, but I don't remember.
Yeah, she fought Joey Buttafuoco from what's that called? The Long Island Lolita thing from Amy Fisher story.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So Joey was huge actually back then. He like knocked her around the ring and stuff. It was like it shouldn't have actually happened because like she was like a lot smaller. But did you ever see that woman that looks like China, the Brazilian UFC fighter? She's like twice the size of China though. Oh, dude, she's Gabby something. She's gigantic. But if you saw her, it looks like she's like a clone of China but bigger. She even has the same jawline as her.
No, you do not, Lars.
Hey, no,
What's her name?
Gabby something. She's a UFC fighter. And she fought a guy recently, and the guy, when they were doing the weigh-in, he kissed her on the lips, and she chased him out of the building or something like that because he grabbed her face and just kissed her.
Wow, we need more women like that.
Yeah, but he won in the fight. He choked
Is
her
it
out.
Gabby Garcia?
Yeah, I think it's Gabby Garcia. She's gigantic. She looks just like China, like another version of her. But I can't
And those are
believe China
real
did
women
Playboy.
too, huh?
Remember she did Playboy, China.
I don't, I did.
Oh,
I don't
dude.
remember. But
They edited it out because I saw her video like that one night in China, and her body looked completely different in that video than what they showed in Playboy. So, very weird. What's he talking about? False. I'm a very studied person to accept rhetoric.
Are
What's
they
he
from
talking-
Jersey or any of them from Jersey?
Who? The fighters? What
Yeah.
talking about?
Well, I know
No.
Gabby is not. Who are
Oh
your
no.
Jersey celebrities? Like I know Michelle Visage.
Oh, let's
Um,
see. Uncle
who
Floyd,
else is
Floyd
Jersey?
Vito. You ever hear Floyd Vito?
Is he from Jersey Shore?
Oh no no. Oh, actually, I met the Jersey Shore a bunch of times. I got pictures with them actually meeting
Oh,
them. Well, the thing is, I got out of my car and I stepped on JWoww's foot by accident because I
I
was
don't even
like
know who
parked
that
across the street.
is.
She's the one with the fake boobs. The
I
one.
didn't even
Yeah,
know it was
she.
a she. Oh, I'm
Oh,
so.
and let's see. I have a. I was at a place and they walked into the bar I was at and I started knocking on the window where they were sitting and the producers came up to me and started yelling at me because I was knocking on the window
What,
and
you
I.
recognize him and you like
Yeah, I
started
started. I
oh
started
yeah, they,
recording.
of course. They,
I I have a chick inside with a camera, and I'm like, I'm gonna go outside and start knocking on the window to piss them off because that they're recording. And all of a sudden, you see a producer come up to me trying to tell me, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then I put my boob up against the window.
you did really?
Yeah, I was messing around. They actually like they had to like
Oh
they
my
didn't
God,
play it the
that's
next
you were
day.
trolling. You were producing
Yeah, I was being funny. I was
real
like trying to mess with
life.
them. I was trying to make them laugh, and like
You
there
were
was a girl.
trying to produce their production. You were producing the producers.
They were all hungover from the next day or whatever. They were like all like eating breakfast in the morning or whatever, and I was like wired from walking around or whatever, and it just I didn't drink, so they were like right in front of me. But yeah, they were every time I got out of my car back like 10, 12 years ago, like they were out there.
The
It was
Jersey
the
Shore
weird.
kids were there.
Yeah, every time because like I live in the next town over, like just but it's like every time I go over there, like they were out there like walking around. They knocked the house down actually physically. They
The
demolished it.
kids did, or the
No,
the
the
company,
demolition crew
the
knocked
show.
it down.
Oh, okay.
They were renting it out for like absorbent prices and stuff like that. People were paying like $5,000 a night or some shit like that. So it was really too much
Why would
over
they give
there.
that up?
Well, I mean, MTV was done with it and stuff, and they moved. Actually, they weren't allowed back at the Jersey Shore. I don't think because the Jersey Shore people said they didn't want them back. So I think they had to like go to like a different area, like down in Florida. I think they did one in Italy where the kids. I think they got stoned while they were
Oh, and
interviewing.
they did Floribama Shore too,
Yeah, those were
like
different
on
kids,
the
I think, or
Gulf
whatever.
Coast.
But yeah, those were they were just weird. I mean, like the one dude got put in jail. I know that Mikey guy or the situation because he was like
Oh, I vaguely remember. I think he was on some other reality show, and that's the only reason I know him.
yeah. But I mean, the Snooki and them got like spin-offs with
Yeah, I
JWoww
remember
and stuff like
Snooki.
that.
I
So
know her. I know her face vaguely. I might recognize her if I had to pick her out of a lineup, but I don't know anything else about her.
yeah, I just
I just know her name is Snooki.
yeah, she didn't look that good in person. I'll tell you that. Like just seeing her, she looked a little like washed. She was like probably like 10 years younger than me, and she looked a lot. She looked like my age or older. So.
Liliana, I do have a topic, and it's interesting that you want to come up and talk about suicide awareness. The topic is that video that somebody made about me making fun of autistic people, and they stuck an arrow through my neck, like violence against autism. I noticed you put a big red heart on it, and Angel as well, who's autistic, and Liz, Flaky Jake. So y'all must be seeing something very different in that video than I am. But I don't really want to associate myself with people that think that kind of shit is cool. I've been in those situations too many times, and so if you're concerned about people's mental health, people's suicide, people's well-being, just letting you know what's I've observed. The difficulty is I don't think it's going to go well because I anticipate a lot of female bullshit, and this is a short stream because I have things I'm gonna be doing today. I'm waiting on, so I think now is probably not the time to get into it. But if you want to try to attempt it, maybe later I can. Yes, I am. I'm a peer counselor. I'm a certified peer counselor here in Washington State.
Hmm.
Hey,
Is this
Dobes. Y- Is her badge blue? Let me see. What's going on with this badge thing? Because this is an autism, like this community is for autistic men more than anything else. This is autistic male privilege. This space is for them more than anybody else, and I'm gonna prioritize them over any other people. So if people think it's cute to make a video making fun of an autistic person and sticking an arrow through their neck and making jokes about how they got shot by Republicans, blah blah blah, that is not the people that are into that stuff are not people I want as part of this community. I'm looking out for myself and the autistic people that come here. Yeah, absolutely I have morals. I've never denied having morals. Everybody has morals. Oh, you mean codes of ethics? I have a code of ethic for my practice that I have my coaching practice. And so if you're one of my clients, when you get the contract, it comes with the code of ethics. It's like a standard coaching code of ethics. And then, yes, I do have morals. I have very strong morals. That's part of what drives the way I run my panel. One of my morals is what I saw in that video. So that's kind of a line for me. Especially, you know what, with the internet culture like it is and the shootings that we see lately, like I'm just drawing a big, clear, bright line. Like I've never had any trouble drawing healthy boundaries, and this is just seems like a need for a healthy boundary. Yeah, I appreciate you like explaining my profession to me. Or how to eat cheesecake. I don't like cheesecake myself,
Same here.
but I like the crust at the bottom, the little crumbly stuff. But that cheesy, it's like has a sour taste to it that cuts the dessert expectation for me. I like Cheesecake Factory.
So Liliana
So what
coming up,
else is new?
or she's staying on the chat.
Cheesecake is amazing. I don't know about amazing. Like growing up, they had those like Sara Lee frozen cheesecakes you could get at the grocery store. They were not amazing. Um, they're okay. It just sour. It tastes sour, and I think that's part of. There's some people that like that taste. That's why they like cheesecake. I find it whatever the cognitive dissonance version of taste is, it jars on my palate with all the other flavors.
You should have her come on the panel, dude. I'll pop up if you
Liliana,
want.
you're being manipulative out here. This is being manipulative. I don't know what your game is, and you're this close to being banned from the channel completely. Like, I'm not impressed with you. I don't want to be associated with somebody like you. Quit trying to manipulate the conversation and come here and troll. Take care,
Yeah.
Dobes. Have a good dinner. Are you watching a movie tonight?
Me?
No,
Oh.
Dobes watches a movie with his roommate periodically, and so that's where I get all my new movies from.
Oh. Have you seen the Deadpool movie?
I have not seen it, but I've heard about it. Everybody
Dude,
said it was
you
supposed to
should
be
watch it.
pretty
It's
good.
great,
I
man.
watched the first one.
I definitely watch it if I were you. I mean, it's really good. I mean, I have a link to it if you want on a BitChute, but
Oh, are you on Discord? Oh, you said you're not on Discord.
no, I could. It's. I guess I could find it again. Let me see if I have it. But yeah, definitely watch it, dude. It's like it's really. Let me see if I have it on my history.
Oh, Dobes, that's the membership badges. And each month you're a member, I think your badge changes color. So, like, you can see who's it's seniority or something. And we just hit, I think we're in our second month of membership. So I think the badge colors might have changed for the people that are on their second month.
Oh, I can't find it. I think it deleted it. Damn it! I had it on my list. Might be on this.
Yeah, Liliana, then report me. Report me. Go report me to HR.
What is she gonna report you for?
She's being a Karen.
Oh,
This guy made this really ugly, hateful video making fun of me for my autism, and like he drew an arrow through my neck and everything. And I've had profiles made about me before where people put bullseyes on my face and put the word "shoot" here,
oh.
and she liked it, I guess, loved it. She put a big heart on it. But then she wants to come here and pretend she's all into helping this autism community grow and everything.
Does she have a channel of herself?
Oh,
Of
she
her
has a
own stuff?
channel. She has a
You
channel.
should see what her main goal is there. I mean, if you want to look that up. Let's see.
Yeah, she does panels and stuff.
Oh, she does. Does she do her own streams or?
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
So
Let's see. Let's see what this looks like. I'm gonna check it out. Oh, writers.
Yeah. I'd rather her keep her hatred and animus and antipathy for me or autistic people on her own channel.
Oh, well, I gotta split. I have people at the door, so I guess I'll.
Oh yeah, go take care of that.
So yeah, well, it was
good
good
hanging
seeing you,
out.
man. I'll probably pop out back if you're on or whatever.
Yeah,
But
I'll be on off and on throughout the day.
all right, man. I guess I'll talk to you later, and don't blow up or anything like that.
Blow it up like a pager.
Have a great day, man. Later.
Yeah, I know what mental health is, Liliana. I know what mental health is. I can tell you that video was not mental health. All right. Well, I guess I'll keep it going. I'll try to go to the hour mark. Um, in fact, I'll probably go get some more coffee real quick. Let me find a video to play. Who's streaming? Wow, nobody on my list is streaming. It's um God, I don't really know what video to play. Oh, Jeff, there's you haven't been around for a while. There's been many like there's a lot of videos made. Because part of it is, I'll tell you what I think is going on. Part of it is legitimate. They're just developmentally stunted people, emotionally unintelligent. But some of it is content. So they farm content from other people and manufacture drama to get their numbers up. And for some reason, I'm an attractive target for some of these content videos. People made videos about my autism. They made fun about me being gay. And I've had this stuff before, like in the gay, like growing up gay, and even from within the gay community itself. I've always attracted this. I'm a scapegoat. Like that's part of the Satanism. I've always been, even in my family, that's the role. You know how you have like family systems? My role is the scapegoat. And I have always taken that role. And so I think when you take it early, people, strangers as an adult, know that you're available for that role. You signal it somehow. And so I've always been in the role of the scapegoat. And so the fact that people are making all these videos about me is nothing new to me. I'm just calling out the ones that I find particularly repulsive. So people can at least know my feelings about them as a fellow autistic person. Hey, Plasma, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, let me check. I forgot to check Twitter. Might have a few tweets. Oh my God! Fuck yes! I haven't watched this video yet. Listen to this. Remember we watched the video of Hillary saying that like something needs to be done about Elon. Okay, well watch this. This is Tim Walz. Oh, sorry, wrong share. Hang on. Watch this video, y'all.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Sir, the Constitution says different. The Supreme Court says different. You know that. You know that. The hate speech laws here are constitutionally protected. Misinformation is not one of the limits on free speech. You are going after speech. This is an attempt to restrict speech. It's not restricted now. But there are some people on the left that would want it to be. If you want to know why I'm voting for Trump, this sealed my vote more than anything else. This attack on free speech, and it started with the DEI, the policing of language, the policing of pronouns, misinformation, harmful speech, all of that. We have a system of government that includes a Supreme Court. We've already addressed these speech issues. If you want to relitigate free speech, do it through the political process, and part of that is the ballot box. No, absolutely not. We already have laws against like lying, like when businesses mislead the public about their products and stuff. So, so anyway, there was that tweet. Um, Here's a tweet about. I'm just going to read it. It's some from Scientific American. Their little about blurb. Scientific American covers the most important and exciting research, ideas, and knowledge in science, health, technology, the environment, and society. Important and exciting. Exciting subjective. I don't know how you know how exciting people are going to find the ideas or not, or even important. That's kind of subjective too. But they cover research, ideas, knowledge. Remember episteme, dogma, doxa, dogma, episteme, the Greek categories of knowledge. In science, health, technology, the environment, and society. Listen to this. It is committed to sharing trustworthy knowledge, enhancing our understanding of the world, which that's basically what science does, and advancing social justice. How do all of what happens when one of those things conflict? What happens with you when your understanding of the world conflicts with your desire for social justice? What role does science assume at that point? I don't understand the free speech side, and it seems again like maybe I associate everything female, but because of my own biases. But it seems I don't understand what the fear of letting someone speak, of letting somebody get their words out. I don't understand what the big fear about it. I think it's stochastic terrorism. I think people have a fear that if the wrong person hears the wrong person say the wrong thing, that there can be like physical violence and we're all in jeopardy. And I think that's hysteria. I think it's catastrophizing. I think it's mental health. It's an inability to contextualize reality. It's a hyperreactivity to threat. Right. They're not. Words have the power that you give them. And if you are affected by a word, you have a role in how that word is affecting you. I don't have sympathy. You're not a victim. Stay home, lock the door, keep your computer turned off, unplug your phone. If you're that scared of words, just stay in your safety bubble. Definitely don't come on this channel. Who determines what misinformation is, not lies? In a democracy and even within science itself, discussing hypotheses is essential. Discussing possibilities is essential. We don't need a ministry of truth. Well, you might, because you're Canadian. You probably like that. But here in America, we don't need that. All right. Let's see if somebody's streaming now. Oh, I was gonna get coffee. I forgot. uh, what random video can I hook you up with? Let's see. Um, which ones will not get me copyright? Oh, I wonder if can you oh, hang on, I got my troll thing. I can take care of it. Hey, Dom, is that you?
It's me, Jeff.
Hi, welcome. I wonder if you could carry the show for about a minute while I go get a refill.
That I don't know.
Oh, just like tell us how your morning's going and take it from there. Guys, I'm gonna leave you with Dom for like a minute, and then I'm gonna go grab a refill, and then I'll come back. This is Dom, everybody. He's a cool guy. He's a cool Canadian. So not Laz. Meet Dom.
A cool Canadian. I guess, Jeff, when you come back, we could probably expand a little bit how it is freedom of speech, let alone rights actually work in countries, regardless if it's Canada, America, Europe. Most governments are being ruled by corporations. And in those corporations, there's usually generational wealth. So when somebody decides to peddle their concept being peddled by in this case, the government about rights. When you're on somebody else's technology, such as a boat, uh, a
All right.
plane, or a train. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff. I was
Oh
just
no, God, don't let me stop.
your rights are probably void at that point when you're actually on these particular devices, and then you start kicking into what's called commerce court. Now,
What
now
kind of
you
court?
commerce court. Anytime you go to court, that's a commerce court. That's not justice.
Commerce court.
Commerce court, yeah, commerce court. That's why you have judges and you have lawyers and all that. They're there to say, okay, so you hurt somebody, for example. Okay, so how much is it going to cost? How much is it going to cost that your car drove through a person's fence? Well, I want my fence to be replaced. I say, well, that's nice, but how much is it going to cost? It's all about commerce. So now, doesn't matter what country I was saying earlier, Jeff. You can speak freely because in days of old, they would hang you. They would probably strangle you, do something to be an example to keep
Mm-hmm.
everybody else in line. So
Or
today,
cancel you.
yeah, cancel, yeah. So today, you can speak freely, but yet at the same time, there's even rules to what you can say and what you can't say when it comes to freedom of speech. And this way, you won't be punished, whether financially. Now, with the digital system coming to be, there will be a credit system attached to us. So that'll change the game a little bit too. You know, a lot of people are worried about what they say on YouTube. So that's another way of controlling it because YouTube is a corporation. It's not the government. That's why corporations, they can
Yeah.
move around wherever they want. You look at Starbucks, you look at McDonald's, you look at Subway, and most of those companies don't even pay taxes. So that's a different game that's being played. But what they entertain the citizens is, we'll give you a amendment, for example, or a constitution, which it doesn't actually apply to the citizens. It can be enforced by them, but it doesn't apply to them. So if you want to bear arms, you got to work for one of their industries, whether it's military or the police. If you want to have a Second Amendment now the citizens can actually bear arms. Now, what are they talking about? You can actually have somebody else's corporation's technology in your hand, such as a gun. So once people
Mm-hmm.
start understanding that, they have a better layout of how the game is working. It's always nice to feed the ego when people talk about anarchy, self-governing. I said, but how does that look like with the masses? That's chaos at that point.
Wait, say that last. Say that again.
It's always nice when people like to talk about the term anarchy, self-governing, opposed to monarchy, being ruled by somebody. But how does that look like when it's the masses doing anarchy? Women would be frightful, children would be neglected or punished.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have this illusion that the police are there to serve, but they're not there to serve the citizens. They're there to serve the people that rule those particular countries. Like, for example, you're living in America. The land is still being ruled by the monarchy.
America?
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Okay, regardless if you don't believe it or not, I'm telling you about something to know. So now, once you become aware of it, unless you actually have a title, such as a baron or a duke, then you actually are rulers of land. Now, if you don't have that, you can have a thing called the allodial title. That means you don't have to pay taxes, which means tribute. So now, how do they get away with not having to pay tribute? Well, most of them are in clubs, so they pay high club membership fees. This is why you have to
Like the
compensate.
Disney Club,
Yep.
like that $33,000
Yep.
restaurant that you have to.
Now you're following the trail, because back in the days, property tax tribute would be okay. I'm going to allow you to lease land off of me for 100 years. You're going to have a whole bunch of people subbing off of you, growing apples. We're going to come there and get maybe 100 bushels of apples from you. That would be tribute. Today it's called taxes, and the government's sole job is to collect it.
I don't think that's its sole job.
Well,
It has other
when it comes to that,
functions,
yeah,
but that's
thanks.
part
Yeah,
of.
thanks,
Yeah,
Jeff.
it needs to fund itself.
Well, no, well, that's the thing. The government's job now is to read a script. Now they're going to hand out to the citizens what's called a budget. The budget is what's called a deficit. The money that they collected that goes to generational wealth. It'll make the Dow Jones look like a little Chuck E. Cheese game playing on here. So billions and trillions of dollars actually goes to these big corporations. So America now, when they went broke in 2005, being valued at 9 cents to the dollar, is because they're not $30 trillion in the hole. They're $300 trillion in the hole if you factor in pensioners. So at that point, they're broke. So they've been using other currencies such as the ruble and the yen to finance the empire called America. Now, what happens when you finance another country? Your currency becomes devalued, and then that's when you put the gold standard back on them.
So
So
it
this,
sounds like we're top dog for a while.
not you guys per se, but the big
Oh,
corporations that use Americas and their citizens. No, America. The empire would be shut down if they wanted to shut down America. They would just have to stop all the foods coming into America for 2 weeks. You'll see how quickly people would go to FEMA camps.
well, what about all these like antitrust um,
You know,
rulings against all the big tech companies? That's the government reining in the corporation. If the corporations are the ones with all the power, why are they losing these
they're
lawsuits?
moving money around, Jeff.
So that's part of the theater too.
Yeah, that's all
Oh.
theater. When Basil and all that, I'm going to get a divorce and all that. No, they're moving money around. Again, these are corporations. The people that work, like say out of Walmart or a Sam Club or whatever, they're paying taxes. But the big corporations, no, they're not paying at all, at all. Now that it was designed for corporations to pay for it because those are your cars on the road, those are your streetlights on the road. You have to maintain it. They don't even do that anymore. To me, Jeff, that'll be like me and you getting a Visa card, and we have $1,000 limit, and then we spend it. By the time the 21 days come around, I have a minimum of $10. No, Dom, Jeff, don't even pay that, and we'll give you up to 2,000 now to spend. That's exactly how that economic is working, and all countries are run the same way. So there's not a country that's in debt, and anybody that has to use internationally, because you have to use American currency if you want to understand spot currency, do international trade. If you use America's currency, you're in debt.
I,
Well,
I don't know any of that. That was so over my head.
no problem. No
So
problem. No,
I
I'm
don't
just
even
sharing.
have a way to evaluate it.
You're recording things, Jeff. So it's nice that people at least understand, regardless of whose mouth it comes out of.
Yeah,
I
well,
didn't.
yeah. At least it's out there. Other people may understand it better than me. So at least it's out there.
And then some people will say, "No, I don't agree with you." I said, "Well, I've told you a story that might sound like Mickey Mouse. What do you think? How do you think it run? How do you think prime ministers and what you call it, presidents and chancellors? How do you think they run? Somebody's writing them a script.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's why
I don't
when
believe the entire world is a scripted production. That's just that strains credibility that would be able to pull off something that coordinated over
not
that
an
amount of time.
individual, not an individual, but if you actually have enough people that get paid, they might not probe. You pay somebody enough 6, 7 figures and all that to do certain things, they're not going to question beyond that. So now it's like
Yeah, they might
wrestling.
not question, but then there's the actual capacity to execute what you're being paid to do on that scale with that amount of people
Well,
over that long of an amount of time. That's what I question.
that's a lot of work, Jeff. This is
Yeah,
not
that's a
something that
lot of
was
work.
done in one or 2 decades. This whole thing about what's happened in the last, we'll say what happened in 2019 and 2021. Even if it isn't scripted, as some people don't want to, but let's say if it is, it's not going to be done overnight. They put a lot of thought behind this. They revealed actually what they owned during that time. They shut down a lot of things. And how many times have you ever seen countries that play the game where we're communists and we're basically a capitalist system, but yet we're going to shut down together between 2019 and 2021? No.
Well, it was a coordinated, more or less. It attempted to be as coordinated a response as possible to a global pandemic. Is how I saw it.
And those people, if people understand studying international, they've been doing the globalist things for at least 30 or 40 years. So but most people are still caught up in their nationalist views. I'm American, I'm a Canadian, I'm Italian, I'm Chinese, I'm Portuguese, yeah, whatever. You don't even understand how NAFTA works, let alone all the different trading blocks
But
going
that
on.
doesn't make me any less of that thing. I'm still as much of an American as I've ever
Oh, for you
been,
are. Sure you are,
just
Jeff.
because I don't understand NAFTA. NAFTA.
No, this is not an individual thing. Most people make it about individuals, but these big groups, they work as a group. They conspire together. They're not worrying about an
Yeah,
individual.
I know. I don't believe. Like, I would need more to go on than just somebody saying it.
Yep.
Because there's people that think there's all kind. There's people that think there's a patriarchy. There's a group of white supremacists. There's a group of Jewish people. There's a group. So everybody has this secret group that's controlling everything, but it's different for each person you talk to.
It could be secret, but it could just be openly, and most people just can't grasp the ideal that could it be orchestrated. Well, let's go the other way. Let's say that it's not
It could
orchestrated.
be. I don't think it's probable that it is.
Well, I was going to spin the other way. Let's say it isn't. When has it ever shown that things just magically happen? If we're going to use the word magic, that everything just holds into place. The currencies work the way they is. The airplanes work the way they do. No, there is always something that's behind something else. Now, is there paid people that are a little bit more higher up when it comes to knowledge and understanding of this stuff? Probably. But for the average person that goes to work, punch in their card, this would be beyond them. It might be for entertainment
It's
purposes for
beyond
them.
me.
Well, that's not offending anybody. It's just how did Wi-Fi come to be? Most of us are like the frog in the water. We eventually use the technology, but if we ever have to question it, how did all the language come to be? How did all this technology? People, if they're honest with themselves, they would say, "No, I don't care about that." Okay, fine. Then step aside. Don't start agreeing or disagreeing if you're not interested in that kind of stuff. This is how you remove the people that they're not interested in that. And there's nothing wrong with that, let alone anything right about it. It's just a lot of people figure, well, I can't believe it. I should know that because I went to university. I said university's orchestrated too. You might get one degree when you went to university.
And if what you're saying is true, if I grant you all of it, there's this. The world is being controlled by this secret group that we're all at the mercy of. There's
Yep.
nothing I can do about it, so I'm just gonna keep living my life the same way I live it anyway. Because if I'm being controlled, it's working for me. It's not that bad of a life that they're controlling me into.
And that's why you're being honest with yourself, Jeff. And that's what it is to be a Satanist. It's about me. You're not harming anybody. You're just being me. And this is
Yeah,
why I joke with people. I said, if you truly are honest with yourself and you read something like the Satanic Bible, you would see your behavior in that book. Because most people
I do.
forget.
I do see a lot of myself in that book.
And if people were honest with themselves, they would see the same thing. Now they could make it about me. I said, I already know myself quite well. But for most people, what they'll say is they'll use the word truth, God, demons, angels. I said, that's fine. Those are words. But do you understand the energy? Because I don't see air, but I know it's ever presence because I give a name to it doesn't mean that's what it is. So again, if people were honest with themselves, I said instead of just saying the word truth, no, be honest with the self. Realize if I was a person born in very financial wealth, would I be no different? Probably not, especially if I understand psychology. I'll manipulate the system then.
You think you would be different or would not be?
I would be no different than somebody else that's born that way. But if you give me a little
But
bit
would
more,
you be different than you are now? Like, you think you would be a different person
I'm
if
making an
you?
assumption, Jeff, because I'm not in that position. But again, it's like anything else. If I'm standing over here, it sucks to be me. I'm standing over here, it's business as usual. People that are born into wealth aren't going to understand poor people, let alone poor people aren't going to understand how other people in other parts of the world that are poor. They might see the media, and that's what people get confused. Just because they're showing things on TVs or you're hearing it on the radio doesn't mean they fully understand it. Living in is a different story than opposed to just seeing it. So if I was born into financial wealth, I would probably have been programmed that way too.
Are acculturated into that
Yeah.
social group
And if
or
I
that
chose to
that
break away from
class.
that, sorry, Jeff, if I chose to break away from that, then I would actually be the odd one in there. They would say, Don, no, we don't do that for the poor people. Yeah, but we're doing all these charity things. No, those are tax write-offs. Well, but that's lying to them. I said, they're not aware of it. They'll probably make stories with themselves. No, there's no way rich people would do that to us. Really? Poor people abuse each other. So why wouldn't the rich abuse the poor? then of course that question would be, what is poor? We talking financially poor, mentally poor, emotionally poor? Humans are easy to mislead themselves because they do it quite well on their own.
Yes. Yes, they do.
You know that, Jeff. I'm joking with you when I'm saying this. I'd be
Yes.
saying the same thing if me and you smoked cigarettes.
That's
I'd be
why
like,
it's hard to tell like how much is them being led and how much is them doing it on their own.
they do it on their own. You only have to train the first sheep really well, and then they'll teach their offsprings. Think about
Yeah,
religion.
but I could also see advantages to that as a species to
Sure.
be able to
Well,
propagate the adaptive information you need that quickly.
but when you're dividing them and putting in like groups, and this is the whole divide and conquer, you'll give concept of religion, you have different variations of it, state, like who's to say communism works any better than say capitalism? Communism, from what I understand, theoretically is the only one that will work. But the reason why
Hmm.
none of them work is because of human factors. Most people do not want to
Right,
do work.
right, exactly. You need to have you need communism is not adapted to the human hardware. It's a
But
piece
even
of software
capitalism,
that human nature is not capable of running.
yeah. But
So
even
it's never going to
capitalism
work.
doesn't work.
Capitalism at least accommodates itself to some aspects of our nature.
What capitalism offers is your comforts at the expense of others. Because Jeff, I'll give you an example. If me and
I,
you, and
I
we're
don't
gonna,
my comfort if my comfort's coming at the expense of others, I don't feel guilty about it.
yeah,
That that's not going to impact me. If
but most times
that's
you're not
just
going to
one
do
of
right.
the like one of the things about capitalism you just accept.
I
Not
know,
every system's perfect.
but I'm going beyond this because I already know you're a Satanist, so it's about more about the me, which is nothing wrong with that. So now, if all of a sudden now me and Jeff are allowed to print whatever money that we want for as long as we want and have a military, I can make anyism work. I can make Marxism work. I can make liberalism work. I can make communism work because that's what comfort brings. We can actually just print more money. It'd be different if me and Jeff were making working in a farm and we're doing apple trees and pear trees, and then our buddy that we barter with, he said, "Dom, I'm 3Ding oranges now." I said, "Well, that's not a fair trade then." That's why when people talk about capitalism, they're missing the fact that you can print money. It'd be different if America wasn't in debt, but America's $300 trillion in the hole, so it hasn't been working. Like all empires, they eventually have to collapse and move to another place. That's all that is. There's nothing wrong about that. It's just business as usual. It's the people that usually think it's right or wrong. I said, really? They're not understand how the system really is being played. And most people would say, I would want a piece of that. You probably wouldn't even be good at it. I'm not saying that about you, Jeff. I'm saying most of these people wouldn't be good at it because you would have to know your place in the system. That's why they have clubs, and those clubs are big and they're very wide.
Yeah, you're right. I probably wouldn't be like I know people in that world you describe, and it's definitely not for me.
Mhm.
No, I would be a bull in a china shop. They would have me out of there as soon as I came in.
What do you mean, Jeff? You don't want to manipulate people? Come on, Jeff. No, I just want to be my own self. I don't
I,
want to
I
bother anybody.
I do. I manipulate people by trying to rationally convince them so that they see the thing themselves and then they take it from there. That's the only way I try to manipulate.
Yeah, and if you meet a worthy opponent, then it's a good game. But if you meet somebody weaker than you, it's kind of creepy. But I know a lot of people do that. They look for weaker people to compete with. I said, no, get as good as you can and play for keeps.
Jeremy, you're in Seattle? Yeah, I was on Capitol Hill for like almost 15 years. It was hell. It was woke hell. It was progressive hell. That's where the Chaz. That's the neighborhood the Chaz started in. Yeah, we read 1984 in junior high school. We did discussions on it, wrote papers on it, everything. They introduced us to that book very early. That one, Brave New World, Lord of the Flies, Plato's Republic, like all the dystopias and political utopias. They wanted us to, and they didn't have my class do it, but one of the exercises that the other classes did previous was they had to actually write their own utopia. So they would read all of these things, and then as one of the projects, they would have to design and create and write out their own utopia. Oh, really? Women started smoking as like a sign of rebellion or freedom? Wow. I I think that's kind of cool, actually, if you overlook the health risk of it. I did move. It took me 15 years to move, but one reason is because that's where like most of the economy is, the jobs, the people, the resources, um, and a lot. Some of it was inertia. Like I was in a decent living situation that there was no reason to change. But after I left, the day I drove out of Seattle in the moving truck in the U-Haul, me and my friend, we were leaving out of the city and driving to my new town about an hour away. And as we were making that journey, the further we got from Seattle, I could feel my mental health just instantly. It was like a cloud lifting off of me and dissipating. And by the time I got to my new town, my mental health had improved like probably like 5 or 10 fold just from leaving Seattle. Wait, are you up here too, Head? We need to have a Washington State meetup or a Pacific Northwest meetup. Get a little chapter going. Uh, yeah, Don brought donuts to go with the coffee. If anybody else wants to come up, they're sitting backstage. We love our Canadians. Yeah, and I went back a few years later, like just for a day or so. I went spent the weekend with a friend, and it was probably about a year after COVID, like everything had reopened, and it was kind of the same but kind of different. Um, and I haven't really been back much since. I've passed through it traveling, but I haven't. I'm done with Seattle. There's nothing I need to go to Seattle for, unless I absolutely have to. Oh God. Hey, if anybody is up here in Washington State in my area and they want to go skydiving or do the alpine coaster that they just created in the mountains, let's do it right here. Or an escape room. Those are all things that I want to do that I don't have anybody to do it with. So if there's anybody here that wants to do that kind of stuff, hit me up. We can even stream it if you want.
Have you done skydiving before, Jeff?
No, I want to. So I want to do it at least once. Have you?
Three, yes. Was it? Do you want to do the 3,000 or the 10,000?
I'm not sure. Here they have, like, at least the one in my county. They have it where you have to do like a tandem first or a certain amount of tandems before they
Mhm.
let you. They like they like stage you in how you can do it. You can't just do any of it if you're a first time diver. They make you do a certain kind before they let you do other kinds. And so I have to do a tandem first before I can do any of the other ones.
So that might be a high one because I know when you do the 3,000, it's like a day of training, about 8 hours. And then, depending on the conditions of the weather, when it's time, they'll put people up in a plane. You're hooked up. And then once you jump out of the plane, it will release itself. And then you got, 10, 11 seconds. Again, this is where all the training comes in to disengage, just in case your parachute doesn't open up, but it usually
What does
does.
that mean? If like so you're able to tell if your parachute's going to open when you jump, and then there's something you do as a backup in case it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of that. You're doing it by yourself. The tandem is like you just go there and you already have a professional. They'll go up
Yeah.
higher and they'll just you jump with them. So that's just right then and there. But if you're wanting to do it by yourself, it's a day training, and a lot of it's monitoring the weather too. So you could be training for 8 hours, and there's usually a bunch of instructors teaching a whole bunch of people, and they teach you is it square, it's there, kind of ideal. Because once you jump out of the plane, because you're already hooked onto the plane like this like cable, and once you jump off, it will open up, and then you have like 10 seconds to make sure everything's okay. If not, then you can release it, and then you open up the other chute that's in there. It's safe, but this is why it's all the training
So
involved.
when you jump, you're still you're not like jumping free fall. You're
No,
still attached until everything you see that everything's working, and then you can unattach.
well, okay, maybe I'll explain that. Once you jump out of the plane, you already have a line attached to you that's probably attached to the suit to the parachute pack behind you. So when you jump out of the plane, because you're already hanging on the wing, once you jump out, that cable will pull, and then as you're jumping out, it will release the parachute. So you're not doing that yourself, but you're jumping by
Oh,
yourself.
it's doing it on its own.
Yes, and then that's when you have so many seconds, 10, 11 seconds, probably 10 seconds, I think it was, just to make sure it's already open. And when it's open, then you can just enjoy the fall. In this case, guiding
How
down
how long did it take? How long is the fall?
pretty quick. I'm trying to remember, Jeff. I think I closed my eyes
Oh,
for a
is it
couple
like
of that.
minutes or
No,
seconds?
that's not
It
seconds.
probably subjectively feels different than
It's quick. It's quick,
yeah.
Jeff.
Oh
You know,
wow.
yeah. So that's why they prepare you, just in case that parachute doesn't open up correctly. You have a certain period of time on one side to release it and then open up the other side. This is why that's the whole training process.
So
The-
there's like if it doesn't automatically release, there's
and
ways to manually ensure that it still opens.
no, that one you have to release if it's not opening correctly. Like all these backpacks, these parachutes are being packed by young kids. Believe it or not, that's their job. So, but that's just a
Yikes!
safety
I've seen the
mechanism.
kids these days.
Well, you like to hope that everybody's professional. So now
Oh,
the one that you're probably going up higher, and you're with a professional, so you don't have to do any of that training. They'll probably just give you a quick, you're underneath me, and then you just do it. But to do that, what you're talking about, being able to do by yourself, yeah, I think you got to do so many of the ones I did, and so many with the instructor before you can even think about doing it on your own.
I can already tell I would definitely need the training. I think here, even for the tandem one, you do like a few hours of
Mm.
orientation and stuff, and then then they take you up.
It's a good experience.
Yeah, I definitely want to do it. I don't do it by myself. It's more fun if you do it with other people, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
It kind of feels pathetic to just go skydive by yourself and then walk away and say, "Well, I skydove. It, I want something more social."
something to explore. Just for me, it
Yeah.
gave me a visual that I was like a bird. I love droning now. Because with the camera you can feel.
Oh,
I
you
know
have a
myself.
drone?
I have quite a few of them actually, Jeff.
Oh, wow. You do videos with them?
I do, but I don't really promote them because there's certain licensing you have to do in a lot of areas that I actually fly drones. Aren't really
Oh,
legal to fly them. There's a lot of restrictions to drones and the weight of the drone.
oh. Still seems cool.
Oh, it is. Again, it's a bird's eye view, I call it, and you get to see things that you rarely wouldn't see unless you're up in a high building or you're in a helicopter.
I love it when they use it in movies and TV shows, that drone photography.
Oh yeah, those are high tech.
Yeah. It's really adds a nice production touch to otherwise mundane shows.
Well, they have the high tech now ones they use for farming, to spray farming land and
Oh,
all that.
yeah.
They're pretty high tech.
Aren't
Those
humans amazing?
we are amazing, but I've always questioned: are we that amazing? That are we actually the ones that are creating this technology or just making it? I'm always suspicious of that.
That is an excellent, excellent question to ponder.
Hmm.
Because the creative process, how much is it us, or how much are we in control of it? How much is it something greater than us, or some larger part of ourselves that not in control of?
Like you'll probably meet the occasional really intellectual person, but then my question would be, okay, so how did the thousands of language come to be? Well, I don't know. I said, so you're in the fishbowl like the rest of us. Then
Yeah,
it's like Wi-Fi. Who gave us this technology? Like how can they get all the different kinds of receivers to pick up everybody else's signal?
yeah.
It's not like in the old days when you had like a garage door opener. You go to push it, and the same frequency, somebody else's garage door opener opens
Oh
up.
yeah, I remember that.
So now, how have they done it so that
Oh yeah, you're right. Cause each signal has to like only connect with the signal it's supposed to connect to. So you have all those, what is it, that encryption
Mhm.
and stuff that keeps the signal on its own track. Yeah, kind of like the planes have to stay in their own airspace somehow and not collide with the other planes.
It's high tech? Being an electrician, when you have to wire houses and each switch can be controlled by Bluetooth or by Wi-Fi, it's like, okay, so how does that really work? Like, and of course, at that point, We literally could be like in a microwave. All that we're being bombarded by all those, well, let's say rays, and we wonder why we get into disease mode. So
Maybe they could blow up everything with Wi-Fi signals now.
have an explosive iPhone.
Exploding appliances, exploding
Could be.
laptops,
It could be,
exploding headphone, exploding antlers.
or better than that, they'll probably just have something where it's a two-way receiver on it. That probably would serve them better, whoever they are.
Spike, I remember that. We didn't do it, but I do remember that ability.
I can see Spike doing that probably. Instead of playing the game.
Router mapping. I have heard of that actually. What? From what? From infrared? How do they know our bodies?
Well, with drones, you can actually do infrared. So you can see like the heat from bodies. Yeah. No different. You can see it from other, hence why they do it for like electrical and all that kind of stuff. So again, it's tech, a lot of high tech. A lot of us aren't going to be presented to it. And even the ones that do get presented, what department are they only exposed to? If supposedly we went to the moon, so that would have been high tech.
Yeah. High lawn chairs and umbrellas.
We are in the, I would call it, we're in the age of technology. We're not just in the modern age.
We are in the technocracy. I would absolutely agree.
Yeah. A lot to do with air. So a lot of this stuff wouldn't have worked if it was in a different age. I still think, and this is just my view, if we had this technology back in the time when they introduced the written work, they would never brought it out. It's too cumbersome. So with all this technology, you can talk to something. Siri, tell me where I need to go.
We're becoming cyborg. What my partner Mike was deaf and he had a cochlear implant. And he said that when he goes into stores, you walk through a little security screener thing, and he can tell if they're on or not because they don't always have them on. And his cochlear would pick up a signal, a certain frequency if they were on, and if they were off, he wouldn't pick it up. So he's like, I'm a shoplifter's best friend. If you want to shoplift, just come get me, and I'll tell you if their machines are on or not.
The fact that they have that technology, so your boyfriend there can actually use it. Well done. Because he would have been deaf, or those people that when they go up elevators with the pressure of their ears, they have to put those inserts in. Now, does he have to change that as he gets older?
Because, yeah, and he upgraded to, he had a wired one first that had attached to a big battery pack that he had to keep attached to his hip. But then he upgraded to a wireless one, which was it was powdered like with a little watch battery. And that one was a lot better for him. And I would literally talk his ear off. We'd be having, because we talked for hours. He was one of the best listeners ever because he read lips. And he was like me. He liked to catch all the details of a story and a conversation. He could listen for hours. And we would be talking, and he'd be like, wait, I have to change my battery. He'd have to take his ear off and put the new battery in it and turn it back on so he could continue hearing the conversation.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Devil's in the details. Love the details.
Jeremy, ain't this the truth? The BIA, I think this is their central agency, this panelverse. When I was little, my grandparents built this outdoor kitchen, and they had these men that would come and help them build it. And I got to watch them put the skeleton, and I thought that was fascinating. And I think I even got to like help put some nails or stuff. And then they would put the walls and the frame. And I remember climbing on the roof when it was done and how exciting it was to be on the roof of a freshly built house that I had just watched go up. And then my stepdad put us a little playhouse that he tried to build. It never got finished, but he put the skeleton up, and it had different rooms that you could see where the rooms were supposed to go. And so we played for years in that skeleton of a playhouse with the pretend rooms that weren't fully installed. It didn't have I think it had a roof, but not a full roof. And we loved that thing. Created, yeah. Like everything we create is a reflection or expression of us somehow. Like it has a human like stamp on it, fingerprint that reveals, I assume, reveals something about what it means to be human.
Well, it's leaning more towards that we are vulnerable to become very Borg-like. If people want to look at it, it's a negative thing.
I think our boredom, like,
Borg. Sorry, Jeff, I said Borg, but you could talk
oh,
about boredom too. Yeah, Borg-like.
wait, what did you say?
Borg. You know, when
Oh, Borg. Okay,
we're
I
all
thought you.
connected together.
I yes, that's good in theory, but then have you seen some of the humans that show up here? How would you connect them to any kind of Borg? Like they're never gonna fit. It's the square peg
It's the
problem.
easiest thing to do, Jeff. It's the easiest thing to do, especially if you put a credit system. Most people are caught up in their comforts. You take away certain things, and then you start making people point to each other and say that they'll scold them. You'll see how quickly people will unify.
I just don't think that's. I'm not saying it's not going to happen here.
No,
I'm saying America is, I think, uniquely fortified
how so?
against that risk in a way
How
other
so?
places may not be.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. You're a country. I'll just use America as the example. A country that brags about, we have guns. Okay, has anybody fasted for 2 weeks? Probably not. The ones that have will understand this. The ones that haven't, use your imagination a little bit. All of a sudden, now they stop bringing all the major boatloads of all these truck cubicles of food to all the grocery stores. Eventually, they would fly drones in and say, "Listen, you bring all your bullets and all your guns and your foreign bullets to these FEMA camps. We'll feed you." They understand 2 weeks because after that, then you have to deal with gangs. Gangs would be worse than actually control organization. So now most people don't realize how much, when you look around all the stuff that we have, we've become dependent. The Wi-Fi. You wake up in the morning, you're in a heated house, you go into a heated car to a gas station that's owned by corporations, you go to a grocery store that owns by a corporation, you're using currency that's owned by other families.
None of
Most
that bothers me though.
No, I get it, Jeff.
Like
It
we
doesn't
were
bother you,
dependent on fire and stone tools just as much.
not me and you.
No, but
They
whoever
would.
human, like humans create technology that they didn't then become dependent on to continue that level of civilization that technology is providing. But that's been a human norm for probably as long as we've been doing it.
It's always nice to speculate the conditioning that would have been done back then. So in this case, you would have been conditioned to be a hunter or a farmer, living with the age of darkness.
How did we initially hunt at all if we didn't have some instinct for it, independent of any kind of
I'm
conditioning?
not going to denounce that, Jeff. I'm talking about we're living in this age right now. We can speculate how it was back then and how it's going to be in the future. Right now, if people are honest with the self, they've been conditioned. It doesn't matter if you're born in a ghetto, you're born into a high-end area and all that. Those are all programs and they're conditioning.
We are exposed to influences. To what extent that they become programming or actual conditioning, which to me have very specific definitions, is dependent on the individual themselves. Like you can't guarantee that any form of influence is. No advertiser can guarantee that everybody that watches their ad is going to buy the product. Like some people will be influenced to buy a product and some people will not. So the most you can do is influence. If it goes over into controlling or programming, that's because of individual factors within that person.
Okay, so let me talk from within the program now. We're all consumers. Jeff, how did we learn the language we're speaking right now?
Through
Programming,
no,
conditioning.
through
Hmm. Were you born with
language
it?
acquisition, through hearing the people around you
Okay,
speaking. Like,
but that's a form of conditioning.
no, it's not. It's a form of acculturation.
Okay, you're using a different word.
Conditioning to me implies something much more intentional, like potty training might be
That's a form of
conditioning.
conditioning. Sure, it is no different if somebody walks and their
And I'm
child won't.
glad we have potty training. I would not want a society without potty training.
Okay, I'll give you an example. You can either crawl with the child or you can walk with the child. The child will mimic one or another. We're all being programmed to a certain point. I'm just using a word. There's many words to describe these things. So you're using a word, and I can resonate with that. Where other people might use the word like I'm using right now, conditioning, programming, many languages. Why am I learning, to speak English? And then all of a sudden I go into another area. I'm living in England for a while. Now I'm picking up another program. I have an accent now.
Yeah.
The energy that's around us. We might only learn so many words when we're in school, but then we're picking up energetically. This is where people understand energy. So now once you understand that, nature has its own energy, hence harmony, chi.
Hmm.
It's not all about being positive. It could be very destructive, but it's still a program. Again, I'm just using the word. People back in the days, they would have called it demons, devils, parasites.
I
I'm just
just
using,
call it influence,
okay, that's a good word,
in
Jeff.
environmental influences.
Okay. And the environment's always influencing us. Wi-Fi
Yeah.
will influence the body. That some people with certain types of blood type will actually go and have cancer being activated. No different. Other people might end up,
It's
again.
entertainment channel.
Sorry about you.
That's wild.
And even language. All languages have different kinds of tonality to it. English is a more meaningful one. I've said before. Greek is more of a comprehension language. Sanskrit's a healing language. So now
What's the
again,
healing language?
a Sanskrit. But now
Oh,
you can mimic that with different kinds of tones. This is why when people play with singing bowls or musical instruments, that plays on us. Baroque music is a more of a focus kind of energy opposed to say rap or country. But for most people, they're growing up in little small little communities, and they get conditioned just in that community.
yeah.
This is why
But
when
that's normal.
um
I don't see how it's I don't see how it's avoidable unless you have a state that takes the baby out of the cradle and then indoctrinates it into some state program. But outside of that, infants are going to absorb the energies of wherever they're born.
very much so, Jeff. I usually don't lean towards if it's right or wrong. I just lean towards it's just aware. If you grew up in India, depending what type of India, it's like living in America. There's different states. Growing up in one part will be totally different than another part.
Yeah. Oh, don't I know it? Yeah.
You
We
know,
call that It was nature and nurture. That's how I learned. That's your nurture. You're born with your nature, and then your nature is nurtured by whatever environment you're born into,
Mhm.
and it modifies the nature.
No different people live in Canada, East Coast, West Coast, opposed to the northern part of Canada. Canada's big. So is America in its own way too. It's just the only thing is America is more populated. But even that, America is really small in population when you start factoring in all the other countries in the world and their cities. But again, people usually lean more towards economics. I said, well, if that's the case, then most of those other countries are economically rich too. So again, it's usually that narrow view where a person grows in a small little area and realizing you're just seeing a little pittance of what's going on. Being worldly helps people if they really want to understand things when you're here.
Yeah, not loss. If we're products of our environment, why are me and my siblings so different from each other? We had the same exact environment. So environment is not, we're not blank slates.
Okay,
Nature is,
so
biology is a thing.
then you would have to study things such as blood types, birth order. Are you the firstborn being raised by people that are second born or third born? Again, this is all more programs, and everybody has their own perception too. So when you're living in a house, you're going to see something how your parents behaved or one or the other behave, while your siblings are seeing something totally different. Nobody actually picks up each other's senses. So again, people make that grand assumption because I live in the same environment, therefore we must all think the same. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, I know it doesn't. I've
Well,
seen
you
the
do.
differences
You
too
do.
much.
You do, Jeff. But a lot of folks never put those thoughts. They'll quickly say, "That's woo woo. That's crazy." I said, "But have you ever put thought to it?" Well, no. I said, "Then you really can't weigh in on the conversation if you've never really put thought to it." Opposed to just being lazy and say, "I just don't agree with it," or "I agree with it." That's a lazy person's approach, which is fine.
Good, not loss. Well, I'm glad we agree. You're not a blank slatist. There's hope for you.
I like the term, by the way, Jeff.
The tabula rasa. That came from John Locke. Well, actually, I think Aristotle had a version of it too.
Yeah, truly, Lily. It's kind of like when people try to raise twins the same. Like a lot of, well, I can't say a lot, but quite a few twins usually right with opposite hands. So that tells you their hemispheres are being directly both from different ways how they perceive things. But yeah, people will dress their kids alike, or they just assume they should be the same. It doesn't work that way. They'll force it, but it doesn't work that way.
I think you need some kind of social cohesion and harmony, but you don't necessarily need conformity to have a functioning society.
Hmm. Well, a lot of it's
And
already
there's
laid
also a
out.
place for subcultures, so not everybody has to be all conforming to the same norms, but you can still have multiple groups of norms with different subcultures around each one integrated into a larger group,
If it was at
nation.
scratch, that could be possible, Jeff. But more times now, most of when we're born into, a lot of them have already been established. Now with technology, now some of it's shifting a little bit, but a lot of it's already been established. So it's not because okay, I grew up and I'm going to change. I'm no longer going to eat the typical foods. You know what I mean? I'm going to
But
change.
any adult could make that choice if they wanted to.
Depends on their development level. Yes.
Like I grew up eating pizza because I'm Italian, but I'm not going to eat anymore as an adult, and I'm going to just eat Mexican food.
No, but you might understand, being born in a European culture, that you might lean more towards a carb, and then
Hmm.
if you understand about insulin increase, you might wean off of that. But for a lot of us, no, you're going to stay true to certain staples, you know.
Yeah, I have a certain like homeostasis that I've developed that my body's comfortable with that I'm going to try to maintain, and inertia and anything that if any I'm not going to disrupt that unless I have a motivation to.
Hmm. Well,
And
that's
so
why I was saying.
I'm going to conserve whatever state that my organism got used to as it developed.
No, that's where I was saying earlier. If all of a sudden they stop bringing food, most people would still try to keep their old habits. Okay, now I still got to eat 3 meals a day. So where do I get it from? Slowly they're changing, but usually when they're using it with focus, most people do a habits when they're not focusing on it. It's usually their struggles when they're trying to focus on it, regardless if it's positive or negative. That's hence awareness. To be
Yeah.
aware of why we do what we do. Do people are people truly aware of how many times they breathe, how they breathe, let alone what they smoke? If people understood putting anything through your mouth, in this case smoking, it doesn't have a filter system. The nose does. That's why they encourage people to smoke. I don't care if it's weed or cigarettes. You're bypassing one of your disease filters, and it's harmful to the vessel. But again, how many people would change it? I could say that about myself. My habits are strong enough that I can't weigh it out and say, okay, well, but I want to keep my body healthy. I said, no, I treat my body like it's a recreational vehicle. Now,
I
some people
love
will
that.
get upset. Oh, that's Axe's term, by the way. But again, some
Oh,
people say, "Well, Dom, I'm pretty healthy." I said, "Do you eat at McDonald's?" Well, yeah. Do you eat at a grocery store where most of those foods are dead? Well, yeah. I said, then you treat your body like a recreational vehicle. Are we just talking about because people do extreme sports? That's a different variations of that. And for most people, if they turn around and say, "Well, Dom, but I eat really healthy," I said, "Do you have Wi-Fi in your house?" Well, yeah. I said, "You're harming that vessel."
I'm not worried about Wi-Fi. I'm not
No, you're
worried
not.
about all the invisible little micro things that might cause cancer, all that other stuff.
Well done, Jeff. And
Saccharide, all of those. Because growing up, you constantly heard this red M&Ms, sweet and low, all this stuff causes cancer. I never worried about that stuff.
well done, Jeff. That means you're not going to probably be stressed out. Where some people, they'll be stressed out. They're going to try to force the will, opposed to no, just try to understand
Yeah,
the
yeah.
system
I
that you already
think
developed.
yes, Dom. What you're saying, people get stressed out about their shit, and then they suddenly start trying to force it on everybody else. And I don't have the same stress over it. So why do I have to defer to your stress and anxiety? Exactly what you just said.
Yeah, I usually tell my buddies to stay in your lane. You can suggest
Yeah,
it to me, but stay in your lane. Now, are
called
we going in?
boundaries.
Yeah, are we going in the same direction or are we going opposite direction? Because either way, if I have to constantly be a defensive driver in your presence, fuck you. I have nothing to do with you. Now, they might get upset about that. I said, hey, life is too short to worry about an individual's way. It'd be different if it was my issue. But if it's their issue, I said, how does that serve me? I'll hear them, but how does it serve me? After that, that becomes drama. And for me,
I love that.
why some people get offended by when you say that. I said, okay, well, you just told me you get offended by me saying words. So how do we categorize a woman being raped or a child being neglected or abused? I think we were talking
Yeah,
about that earlier about words.
people that have a sensitivity to language, I'm not their person. Like they shouldn't even be trying to converse with me. I'm like the roller coaster ride that you have to be this high for. You need to go find the kiddie park and talk to those people.
Well done, Jeff. I already know you're a good shit that way. Well done. And people get offended or they don't understand what it is to be a Satanist. Left hand pass shit. The one that's the mother that's self-sacrificing everybody and feeding everybody else, whether they're a psychopath or a sociopath, they're right hand path people. To a certain point, they're enabling it. But the person that's most people don't realize how much they're into the me. I want to save the world now. I said, so you're not going to be planting trees for a future generation? Why would I do that, Dom? Well, then go to the fucking store and buy your own apples, you piece of shit. Sorry about that.
Those Canadians always never underestimate them.
That's my European. I'm Italian too. My parents are Italian too, Jeff.
Oh, good. We get a lot of Italians up here, and Australians.
The Aussies, love the Aussies. What part of Italy are your parents or you're from, Jeff?
I'm Cajun. I'm from Louisiana.
Okay, you're from
Mostly French, but we have some. I'm like a quarter Yankee through my dad's side. We Scottish, British.
So a mix. You have a mix.
So physically, I take after my dad, and it's the Anglo-Scottish side. So I look British, but I'm culturally French, Cajun.
Like from France or from like Quebec kind of ideal?
We're a French. We started out in France, but we immigrated to Canada. We were one of the first cultures to immigrate to North America, and then we got kicked out of Canada by the British after 150 years or so, and we resettled in Louisiana and resumed our culture there, and it kind of changed because of a different environment, and we adapted it to the Louisiana environment, and we became Cajun at that point. We were Acadians when we were up in Nova Scotia, and then after the exile/ethnic cleansing, we became Cajuns once we regrouped in Louisiana.
So question, if you had gone to Quebec, would you have been booted out too, or is this because they were just trying to...
I think it was a unique historical situation in that area. We had worked the land and developed the land to where it was some of the best land around at the time, and we had helped develop it to the point that it could be used to sustain a society. But we had really good relations with the Indians. In fact, I have Indian in me because we mingled with them, and they were threatened by that too. They wanted us to swear an oath of allegiance to the British, and because they were Protestant, we were Catholic, and they were nervous about our relations with the Indians. Like if there was a time of war, and we were not swearing an oath to them, and we had these kind of good relations with the Indians, that could make us a military threat, and that made them very nervous. And they went back and forth about that for decades, and eventually one of the rulers had enough and decided, get these people out of here and look at all this nice land that they just developed.
So being Catholic,
and they never predicted that they thought that was the end of us. Like we had developed this unique culture. It was the first culture in North America developed by the Europeans coming to North America and developing a uniquely North American identity that was distinct from the Europe that they left behind. We were the first culture to do that. And when they exiled us, they thought that was the end of our culture. And it is miraculous to this day. They're not sure because they sent us all over the world. They sent us to Europe. They sent us to the Caribbean. They sent us to all the different colonies, and none of them wanted us. Somehow we were able to get the word out to all of our people that were in Louisiana and come and join us in Louisiana. And so all the diaspora Acadians somehow got the message to all reunite in Louisiana, and we resumed the culture that we started in Nova Scotia. There. Welcome, Para. What do we call you? Para? Is that okay?
You guys can call me Derek.
Derek. Welcome. What's up?
Nothing. Just got in from work.
Oh, okay.
Was it a good day? Was it a good day, Derek? At work?
It was a good day, yeah. I'm just tired a little bit.
Micmac. And then in Louisiana, I have Choctaw, some Choctaw from one of my great grandmothers was part Choctaw.
Yeah, we have a lot of First Nations over here in Canada.
Yeah.
What part, Derek? What part are you in Canada, Derek?
I am in southwestern Ontario, my man.
City? I'm at Toronto right now, but
well, we're not too far apart. I'm in Windsor.
Windsor, okay. Yeah, a lot of my relatives are from Windsor. A lot of the Italians moved into
Yeah,
Windsor.
Windsor's the asshole end of Canada that the government forgot.
Spike, I've geocached before. This sounds so cool. I would love to do this. I love scavenger hunts. We used to do them
But
for fun.
Jeff, if you're not familiar with with my city, I'm just a cannonball shot away from Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, you're the Canada across from Detroit. Yeah.
Don't say Canada across from Detroit. Say yeah. Go ahead with that. Yeah, we'll go with that
Well, what else do you
because
look? Liliana's waving at you right now.
hey
Hey,
Liliana,
girl.
I'm in Windsor. I'm right across from from you, so I'm waving.
Oh,
I'm shooting
Spike,
a,
cool. Another BIPOC.
I'm shooting a cannonball to Detroit. Pew! We'll start the war. We'll fight the war all over again.
Well, didn't y'all burn our White House or something?
Yeah, but before we did, we had dinner in the White House too. So and then we burned the shit
Oh,
down. We won that war. I don't know why you Americans think you guys won the War of 1812. We clearly won it.
yeah, we see that. We see how much you won. Right.
So you got to mingle with a lot of natives, Jeff, your culture, with their culture.
Yeah, well, I guess not so much growing up because they have reservations there, but they stay on the reservation, so we don't really see them in the schools or
Mm.
in town or anything like that. So there wasn't a lot of actual natives around growing up. But their influence is on our cuisine, it's on our music, it's on some aspects of our culture. In fact, they believe that aspects of Acadian culture in Nova Scotia were influenced by their contact with the Micmac. Some of our democratic and egalitarian anti-authoritarianism, that was really weird to the Europeans at the time, and they don't know where we got that from, and they think it came from the Micmac culture. We absorbed some of their cultural features and incorporated into our own. So we're kind of a blend of European meets North American native tribe. We kind of took on some of their culture, became this cultural blend that they had never seen before.
Okay, I'm getting a little TikToker with some of your chat. At least the Wings can win the cup, not like the Leafs can. Give the Leafs a fighting chance, okay? The Leafs will win the cup. Trust me, in my
Okay.
lifetime.
Is this Canadian rivalry? Is this hockey?
Oh,
Well,
Hockey wars?
there's a big rivalry between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Detroit Red Wings. Trust me on that.
So Derek, I joke with my buddies. I usually tell them, I said, I think the Leafs last time they won the cup, there was only two teams in the league, and the one team got sick. I think that's the reason why they won it.
Yeah, Dominico.
I
Yeah.
love watching Christians fight and argue, and I love watching Canadians argue about sports.
That's fine. The sad thing is, Jeff, I'm actually a Bruin fan.
I don't even know what is that a bear? A Bruin?
Bruins,
No,
the Boston Bruins.
you've never heard of Bobby Orr, Jeff? Come on, Bobby Orr was the pinnacle of the Boston Bruins.
No. Is he related to Benjamin Orr from the Cars?
At least we know the Cars.
You're,
From Boston. This America.
we got to take Jeff to a hockey game someday.
No, we're just doing,
As long as I don't have to cross the border to Canada. America, Canada is enough for me. American-speaking Canada is where I live.
I got to bring you some Tim Hortons coffee someday, Jeff. That'll be a good. You don't know
It's
coffee.
probably better. I'm open to it being better than Starbucks. I don't think that's going to
Tim
be.
Hortons is way better than Starbucks. Oh,
cheaper.
and you got to get some poutine in you, Jeff. Some French fries, gravy. and
That
cheese
sounds good,
sticks.
actually. You know, I'm right at the border. I'm up here in Washington State, and we have We have the ferries, I think, that cross over to Victoria.
See, people don't realize that there's a lot of border cities dividing our border. Like my city, Niagara Falls, Ontario, which is right across from Buffalo, New York. Your city, Jeff. So we have a lot of border cities dividing us.
Yeah. And they had that little town during COVID that got cut off. What was it called?
Windsor,
Po-
my city.
Point Roberts, maybe? No, it's in
Oh,
British
Rupert,
Columbia. There's this one little tiny part of Washington State that's on the tip of a peninsula, and then the rest of the peninsula is Canada. And during COVID, when the border got closed, that one little town got their access to everything cut off, and they barely knew how to survive.
Well, the only border I know that was cut off during the pandemic was my city because we closed our Ambassador Bridge off.
Yeah, Canada locked their border down hard, and it took them a while to reopen it. And,
Oh, you
and so
are?
that was a big problem for some of the people up here in Washington State because we share a border with
Oh,
Canada.
Ladybug, you're in Ontario too. Nice. I'm in Windsor.
Look at there, we got our first Canadian. We got a Maine chapter starting. We have a Canadian chapter. We might get a Washington State chapter going.
And guess
Hey,
what?
Moose,
Guess what? Our summer sport is lacrosse. Yeah, that's our national summer
that
sport.
sounds
Now.
gay.
Have you never played lacrosse?
What do you think?
It's
Oh,
men with
yes.
large dicks wearing tights. It's right up your alley, Jeff.
That's I did say. Yeah, I'll stick with volleyball and
Yeah,
badminton,
I was
the manly sports.
I stick with water sports.
All right. Speaking of, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee.
I'm sorry, the bad joke.
You Canadians talk amongst yourselves.
Should we bash Trudeau while we're here, Derek?
Huh?
Should we bash Trudeau since we're here?
Yeah, why? I mean, if you're not a Trudeau fan, let's bash the bastard. I don't give a shit.
At least he has a good set of hair, opposed to like
Yeah,
Steve
well,
Trump.
you know what? Trudeau really fucked our country up.
He played a role in it, I'm pretty sure, being a St. Clair boy.
Mm-hmm. He did. He played a big role.
But I guess like any leader, they're probably puppets for other people.
Yeah, I believe there's a shadow government controlling everything.
Whether or not we know it or not, does it really matter? Most people want to know how's the result from it all.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell was with that emergency act? Like, nobody was breaking no rules. It was a peaceful protest.
Which one talking about the truckers?
Yeah.
Well, the truckers are already being screwed because most of the major trucking companies are already corporate run, so they're being squeezed out. Now unfortunately, truckers have to remember: aren't you buying all your major stuff like your Peterbilt trucks from the big corporations? So there's really no weight to what they did. Everything else, it's proving now what their agenda is. Just like here in Canada, whether you're aware of it or not, like when they did the policies for legalizing weed, that policy was hundreds of pages long, and some of it had to do with the Indian Reserve and land. Yeah. So, give the masses what they think they want. Legalize something. I find that humorous when I tell my buddies, I say, so let me understand this. You can now legally put something in your mouth. Well, who actually made the rule before that's illegal? That's usually training a society to be very dumb.
Yeah.
But I get it. People will defend it and they say, yeah, but now we're allowed to. I say, now you have a green thumb now? You're going to learn how to grow crops? Which is fine.
It's funny that you're saying about this because I really believe that it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Well, Derek, they've been openly talking about a 10-year reset. We're in year 5. Like anything that gets reset, everything's getting in place. So they're bringing in all kinds of technology, and we are using it willingly. Yeah. I joke with another buddy when we always talk about transhumanism. They've been talking about it. Would it be an easy sell? Sure, it would be. We talk about it all the time. We say, well, if you can get a technology where it says you can live longer and not have to get sick, you'll gladly do it. Now, some people say, oh, I will never do that. So, well, how long did it take for everybody to have a cell phone?
Right. See, I'm listening, but I also have to address, wait a minute, what's that chatter's name?
This one, the maid.
Yeah. I have to disagree with that. I do not agree with the MAID program at all. Like, pretty much what they're saying is, if you feel like you're a burden or if you're tired of life, you can end it.
Are you talking about the maid service?
Yeah, the MAID program. Yeah.
People better understand exactly what happens with the maid service. It's not a matter you just do like euthanasia. You literally are drowning in your own whatever, and then you die. So no, they better understand how that really works. It sounds
I
nice.
don't. I don't agree with it, man. I do not agree with it. I mean,
Well,
there's other options other than
well, Derek, I don't know if you have had to use the medical system or go to the hospital. There's a big long waiting list. A lot of pharmaceutical stuff that's being prescribed to people have a lot of side effects. People just don't go out and understand all that stuff.
Yeah.
They just figure a doctor that just means a teacher for themselves, but they're not chemists. So once
No.
people start understanding that, and of course, if things start going expensive, then that's the alternative. Like it's nice in Canada where we're using taxpayers' money, future taxpayers' money, when people have to do, chemotherapy, whatever. But if you go in the States, it gets expensive. Jeff, you could probably confirm
Yeah,
whatever that cost is.
we have over here. I'm not gonna pull my OHIP out, but and dox myself. But over here we have an OHIP card. Where we can just go to the pharmacy or the doctor, give them our name and give them our OHIP card. They write it down and they say, okay, well you can you just go and wait, and the doctor will see you in say an hour or something.
Hey,
Where's the
trackable.
Where's the States? You guys got to pay. Whereas over here, I mean,
Oh, we're paying too. We're paying in a roundabout way, and of course, you
Yeah.
have a chance that you're going to get doctors that are going to abuse it, the pharmaceutical industry that's going to abuse it. So States is more set up for economics. That's more about you pay for what you get, and they could even promote at a younger age to take good care of themselves because then you'll factor in how much is it going to cost to take care of yourself. Here in Canada, it sets up people to say, I'll worry about it later. I don't worry about me smoking and being out of shape. My medical system will pay for it. I said, really? What happened when they pull that underneath you? If people care about that kind of stuff. If people don't care about that kind of stuff, treat it like a recreational vehicle. Don't bitch and complain about it then.
mhm. And you know what? I'm reading the chat and say, okay, I can see you guys not wanting to be a burden to your family and close friends if you have a terminal whatever disease. But I'm the type where I believe in God and I believe in miracles. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna get all preachy, So I kind of hold off to miracles. I mean, and this is coming from someone who had to take his mom off of life support in 2015.
Mm.
So I mean, yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Derek.
Thank you. Shit happens, oh man. I don't want to say I got over it, but I'm living. I'm surviving. That's my thing every day.
Yeah. You're never the same after something like that.
Mixed emotions. I can imagine. I have a couple of aunts. Their husband was in the hospital. They're on a machine. They know are they suffering. It'd be different if they're going to get healthy, but if they're not, they're going in the other direction.
Right.
It's going to be mixed emotion, and then of course you'll discover the wonderful world called attachments. It's part of being human.
I'm turning my camera off because I'm lighting a cigarette, Jeff. So,
Okay.
but yeah, it's I've had insomnia since that. So, if I get a few hours here, that's fine. But I mean, I just sometimes I'll get nightmares because of that day.
Yeah. I remember that. My sleeping was totally fucked after too. And appetite.
And I've had people say, "Well, how can you do that to somebody that brought you into this world?" I'm like, "When you got no fucking other choice, what can you do?"
True. Choices are very limited, and one of them is, it's like suffering. Like the person's going to suffer that much more. I don't wish that upon anybody, but it's like having a pet. I know it's not the same analogy, but there's attachments to it, where somebody says, "Okay, but it's going to suffer." I said, "Okay, you're right. So what do you do?" Some people are designed for that kind of stuff. I'm not personally. I'll usually try to just use a whole bunch of words to try to calm myself down. Where other people is kind of, no, it has to be done. Okay, and you lead. Please lead.
See, and I'm the type where I'll hide and work. I won't, I'll hide and work or reading, or I'll watch a violent movie to calm myself down.
There,
Or I'll watch Jackass. That always seems to perk me up.
well, Well, that's how people deal with their emotions. They've done studies on people that get divorced or lose a loved one. You never wish that upon people that lose their child. But they either there's many different ways to lose themselves: work, drinking, smoking, traveling.
And yeah, and you mentioned about drinking and smoking. I'm a recovering drug addict, alcoholic, and that's how I used to cope with my stuff. Now I just drink a lot of coffee and smoke a lot of cigarettes. It's my Achilles heel now.
That's usually the common theme at an AA: smoking, smoking and drinking coffee. But hey, it's a lesser crutch opposed to the other one.
Right? I mean, I used to be. I mean, not to say too much of my past, but I would there was a time back in the day when I would pop 10 to 15 perks every day.
Wow. Were you in full blown addiction?
I was in full blown addiction. You're talking to somebody who's a walking miracle who snorted a couple lines of coke every morning and popped 10 perks every morning just to get his day started.
Dang. For how long? How many years?
From the time I was 18 to the time I was 22.
Okay. And that was young too.
Yep. And I would start and that wouldn't even be it. I would go to the fridge and I'd pour myself a coffee royale. I'd pour myself 3 shots of whiskey in my coffee every morning. And I'm a walking miracle, you guys. Thank you, Ladybug. So I shouldn't even be here, but I am.
You threatened a kid, not lost. You threatened to beat up a kid. Don't sit up there and try to act all virtuous up in Canada anymore. Not lost is a thug.
So
just now, this just happened while you're on this stream. You're outside threatening to beat up a kid at the same time. Okay.
So Dominico, I shouldn't be here. I mean, I'm a miracle.
Glad you're still with us, my friend.
Thank you. Plus, when I was born with a heart condition, and I was clinically dead from the waist down. So, if you guys understand the medical terminology of that,
of what?
I was born with a murmur of the heart. So when I came out, when I was born with no pulse from the waist down. I was clinically dead.
How did they fix you?
The doctors here told my mom, you might as well just write him off. But my mom said, nope, I'm taking him to London, Ontario. Because if Ladybug and Dominico know, back in the late 70s and 80s, London, Ontario was the preeminent place for the best doctors.
Is that where Laurentian is? University? Is it in London?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, they did a lot of experiments and all that. Well, if you value this, maybe you're burning a shitload of karma in this lifespan.
Right. So I'm still here, and I'm glad.
Us too.
Just a little bit of my past for you guys. So I'm opening up just a little bit here for you guys.
That's good. It might help others to hear that and see someone in your situation.
It's not helping you, Jeff. That means there's just more Canadians on your panel now.
Oh, Laurentian is in Ottawa.
I know. It's a sacrifice I make for the greater good.
Okay, so Ladybug said Laurentian University is in Ottawa. Okay, yeah.
Sorry, Michael. Yeah, I wasn't sure where Laurentian was. Yeah.
We have some good schools here, Jeff, in Ontario.
You mean indoctrination schools, right?
Yeah. Okay. If you want to put it that way, yeah, I get indoctrination schools, yeah.
It's beside the indoctrinating church,
right? We used to have some good education here back in the day.
When? I want to know when. When we were playing in the school ground?
Fine. Well, tell me you're not one of those guys that would get bullied on the playground and get thrown off the merry-go-round or the thing that would go round and round.
So I wasn't. They made fun of me because I was from a different country, but no, I never got bullied.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I'm talking like in the 80s and 90s. We learned some good history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like I got a good historical education.
These kids, this generation today they get jiffed.
But we had Schoolhouse Rock too. They don't have that no more. They don't know their math. They don't know their history, their grammar. They barely know their science.
That could be a
Yeah.
bonus for them. That could be a bonus for them, Jeff. You never know. Depends on how you apply it.
We need a revival or a reboot. They didn't they do the musical? Didn't they have Schoolhouse Rock the musical? That didn't even go anywhere.
No.
Maybe they just have the musical on Gilligan Island. It's a different decade, and the younger generations are being exposed to different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
They're in a different. I keep thinking about 9/11 and just how different the world is
Yeah.
for people that came after 9/11 than people that came before it.
Mhm.
Pour myself a cup of coffee. Keep talking.
It's like I've had conversations with my dad's older friends, and they were talking about it. Back in our day, we were better with money. I said, so let me understand this. You didn't have PayPal, you didn't have credit cards, you didn't have checking accounts. I said, but if you had the same technology you have now, human behavior does not show it changes. You would have adapted to that system too.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. Now we're living in an age now. Could most people readapt and become farmers or hunters? You would have the few that would understand, how the solar system works and how to graze their animals. But the majority of us would say, well, it would take maybe a generation or two to get out of us exactly how we think and our comforts. Well, why don't I just go to the grocery store and get a fish? No, you have to learn how to catch your fish. Well, why don't I just go to the store and get my apples? No, you have to learn how to grow a tree and how to plant it, how to fertilize it.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen on a mass scale. Like
No, I'm with you, Jeff. That's what I'm saying. No, it won't happen. It's a lot of conditioning, well, programs, whatever, indoctrination.
we're at the stage of civilization we're at, and I think we're transitioning to whatever the next phase is, and it's gonna take several generations. But I don't think we're going back to any previous phase from here, without complete collapse.
Hmm. Well, there's people that still keep it alive. There is hunters and farmers, but not enough to justify most of us our convenience. That's why corporations have taken over. You got to pay somebody enough money to justify feeding the masses. So, when people talk about GMO, who's the problem? The ones that actually are doing GMO, the rest of us that actually don't want to actually grow our own food. So the masses are the problem at that point, not the few.
Well, at least in America, the masses are the source of whatever we're seeing. It all comes from us, the people. It's a reflection of our political will and our voice.
So is America fueling itself and all its food, or is or the empire going to all the other countries and getting all their resources?
I,
That's how
I
empires
honestly
work.
have no idea.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
if you did know, you might come to the awareness that is why they have military throughout the world. Is because that's how the empire works. You have to
Yeah,
take
I
from
want them.
others
I want America to have military wherever they need it.
to take their resources, which is fine. But dare not that ever changes, and then that
Do
topples,
you
and
do
then
you think they're stealing resources from countries, or are they paying? Do they have like business contracts where the countries get something in return for the
okay.
resources?
So the way how it would be on a financial point of view is you have most of the resources, but we control it internationally, the currency. So we're going to suppress your currency and devalue it, and then we'll buy it for the same
That
price.
sounds evil. You think we're that evil, and that
No,
we're not just
it's not you,
doing
Jeff.
basic capitalism and making trade agreements with different countries for resources?
It's not you, Jeff. You're just another puppet in the system. These are
Mhm.
these are people that are way up there. They're not even your political leaders. Most of the people
Yeah,
that
I
actually
don't
run.
believe in these shadow people. Like I hear it all the
Okay.
time. The Jews, the white supremacists, the
No,
patriot. I don't
no.
believe in these shadow people. I think our government is us. It's the people that we put into it to represent us. I don't think there's a secret layer beyond that.
So who runs Starbucks, McDonald's, GM,
The,
IBM? People work for them. The people, the citizens work for
right.
those
Why are
companies.
corporations so mysterious? Like they've
They're
taken
not
on this
Mister.
superstitious status of.
They're not. It's just a way. It's a shell game. How to work around the system. That's all. You
Like,
can own. You can rule. You can own what's on land with a corporation, and you can now avoid paying capital gains. It's just that's how it works.
Well, Dominico, since we're talking about this, what do you think of, or what did you think of Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum?
Business as usual for them.
Do you think they're the ones behind the scenes pulling the strings?
Those are probably middle management at best.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, middle management. Anytime you see them in the public eye, that's middle management. Could there be other sources? Probably, but it still has to beg the question: how to ask anybody, how do you think the system is run? I could be telling them a Mickey Mouse story. I said, but tell me your version. How do you think a city, how a municipality works? You might see the people that work there, but how do you think they do it? Well, if I could actually print money, I could give you a little bit of an insight. Just get a whole bunch of people to work and get people to go to university. Learn a job so you can work for my corporation. And then we'll hoodwink people once in a while and say, listen, a guy like Elon Musk is worth as much. How would we back check that? How would we know how much is he truly worth? Especially when you find out certain families are worth trillions, and then there's other families, they don't even play with the money.
Yeah.
How much of this is class envy?
Yeah.
I love it. Envy of people being rich. It's a big responsibility, probably, if you're running those kind of corporations. I wouldn't want that responsibility, and I don't think I'd even be good at it.
But did you guys know that Elon Musk is Canadian?
I thought he was South African.
He was born in South Africa, but his family moved to Canada.
Oh. Are you trying to claim him?
No, that's fact. You guys can keep Justin.
Yeah, but it's not a fact you have to push if you're trying to. Because there's a lot of like, in fact, Not Laws was one of them. The Canadians I know are not so hot on Elon right now, and so this is a good chance to disavow yourselves of him.
Well, Nodlaws is arguing with a teenager right now, so I'm not really taking value. I mean, come on, Nodlaws. Let the teenager go, man. You just go, man. Just
The shopping cart.
Derek, let it go with Elon Musk. We have Jim Carrey. We don't need somebody else. We got Jim Carrey.
We have Jim Carrey. We had John Candy. We have Catherine O'Hara.
I love her. She's good. Send us more of her.
Catherine O'Hara was born in Toronto, so.
Yeah, but that gets all voided, Derek, because we have the Leafs.
Yeah. You have what?
That all gets void. We got the Leafs. I get void. All that other stuff that we supposedly say we have, we could turn around and say we built a bomb, but we have the Leafs. So that deletes everything. Sorry, Jeff, if you don't really know about hockey, it's kind of like a cheap pun on in hockey about people that are Leafs fans.
Oh.
Nodlaws. Hey, I won the argument.
He was a successful Karen. We had successful Karening, a successful act of Karening.
Yeah, I just pick and choose my battles now, Nodlaws. And arguing with the teenager is not a good one.
Ladybug, in my state in Louisiana, like a few years after I graduated, because I had to take out loans, the state instituted this program where if you have a certain GPA in primary school, then the state will pay your college tuition as long as you keep that GPA up in college. I thought it was a fantastic program. I wish they'd done it a few years earlier. But there are places in America that are trying to make higher education affordable for everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Okay, Nodlaws.
The library is open.
Okay, Nodlaws. What's with us from Windsor here? Come on. I know Windsor's not the best city.
Look, look what he's trying to do. Tell y'all.
He's
bitter. Bitter Canadian.
Hey, we get bitter at each other. Sometimes we argue about.
He's literally the get off my lawn. That's just what he went out there and fussed those kids about.
Nodlaws. I know you're kidding, man. We do get, Jeff. Just so you know, we have a friendly rivalry as Ontarians and Canadians. It's sometimes like some would say Toronto is the best city, others would say Ottawa is the best city. Me, any city any place that's up in northern Ontario in the woods, away from all the people in the cities, is good for me. That's my dream. I want to move up in northern Ontario. Anybody want to come with me?
It sounds cold and Canadian.
Oh, northern Ontario, it is cold in the winter, Jeff. You wouldn't be able to handle the cold.
I wouldn't. I already know. I can barely handle up here.
But
hey, Zach, what's up? And Untrackable, feel free to jump in. I see you there.
Jeff, you missed it last night.
Uh-oh, what done happened?
On my stream there was this dude who they were trying
Wait,
to
hang
evict
on.
him.
There's some noise.
No, that was my phone.
Oh, okay.
There's this guy. He was they were trying to evict him, and I guess they took his kids or something. Untrackable was there, and
This was on a stream?
yeah, like he was live streaming his arrest, and
Wait, what? This is on your stream?
yeah. Well, I only
Oh.
caught like the end of it, but he was like, I don't know, he was.
You think it was pre-planned, or was it
No, man,
organic or produced?
The cops busted his door down. Like,
Is it the
on.
one called Live Paranoia?
Yeah, yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. They busted his door down, and he's yelling at him. He's like, I'm coming out, don't shoot.
Was he streaming when the cops showed up? Like they just happened to catch it on camera?
Yeah, he was streaming when the cops. You can see the cop bust the door down and come into the room. And
do you know about where in the video it is? Like beginning, end?
Well, it starts right at the beginning where he gets attacked or whatever, and then a little while after the beginning, they break the door.
Oh my God! Can we watch it? You think is it copyrighted?
No.
I would love to watch somebody filming their own arrest.
Yeah, I think we could watch it. It's just like camera footage. I think it'd be okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, let me. Why is it?
That's like a Karen filming her own. That's like a Karen in this world filming her own, getting her fucked up.
Here,
I came into it late, and I thought I was streaming before I started, but right when I started,
how did you end up capturing it?
Well, because somebody else was streaming it and watching.
Oh, you're streaming somebody else's content. What channel was this on?
No. This guy was streaming and somebody else was showing it, so I went and showed it too.
Oh, who was the channel showing it?
I don't remember.
Oh.
Is this the FBI? Is this the FBI?
He said like
Hello?
he got the gummies.
Hello?
What is he in? Like,
hello? I know you're in a two-way. So what's going on?
Hang on. What is this his house? What is he in?
That's a bed. He's underneath the bed.
Oh my God!
Is that why you guys think don't
They're
work?
not gonna find him there.
Yes, you did!
You think this is real? What? What are those belts? Those straps? Is that a kink bed? My ex had a bed with straps on it like that.
Jeff, I thought you'd be a sex swing kind of guy.
What happened?
I thought he was in an airplane for a minute.
Did they get? Look at the cat! Ah! Oh my God! This is the funniest thing I have seen. Oh my God! Why is it this viral?
That poor cat's probably like, what the hell?
The FBI comes in and shoots up this guy. He disappears, and a little cat pops over the.
Well, they didn't shoot at him, but they started busting the door.
Oh, that was the door, but he thought it was gunshots.
Yeah, he thought they were shooting.
He was having flashbacks. I
Yeah,
love
'cause
this.
he's
That
a
sunlight.
veteran, I guess. I think he's an Army veteran.
What is this? Where is your owner?
He's in the room still. I
The
thought he
cat's
wasn't
like,
even-
good. This is my chance.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
This cat is the best part of the whole video.
There you go.
What is he-
Right out the hole.
What is in the hole? Is that a hole to the outdoors?
Yeah, that's a hole in the door that they just made.
What? Where's this guy living?
The cat's probably like, good, man. They didn't find
He
my
has
cat.
internet and live stream, and he has a big hole in his wall.
It's gonna
Or
get
is that a
better.
window? Is that like something over a window? That is the cat gone?
I don't know if that's the outside.
I'm more worried about the cat than the guy. I don't even care what happened to him.
You know, you could put a,
somebody was shooting at him.
I wonder if
could
it's like
put-
Milo and Otis. What's gonna happen to this cat?
you could put a voiceover on that, Zed. You really could.
Yeah.
Put a
Well,
voiceover.
I'm gonna
on
stop it for now and then see if there's
Alright.
any more interesting
Well,
content.
yeah, they bust the door open more, and then they come in and shut the camera off.
Okay.
I would put a voiceover on the cat. I would be. I really would. I'd be like.
So is the guy just laying on the floor?
Yeah, he's just like hiding or whatever. Just I don't know.
He's hiding good.
He
I
kept
can't even tell
calling
he's
for
in
the
the room.
FBI. He kept asking for the FBI, and I don't know. He said they took his kid, and it's a crazy thing, man.
Good morning, fellas. Good afternoon.
Hey, Spike. What's up?
Hey, Spike.
Welcome.
I saw a video of a senior citizen yesterday taking a Walmart cart home because he couldn't get his groceries. He was disabled, and he got pulled over for grand theft.
Wait, what happened?
It was a senior citizen driving one of those motorized Walmart carts.
I've never seen a motor like Walmart has them. It's specifically for shoppers. Okay.
Grocery stores that have those carts that people can get on and drive.
Oh yeah.
Where was he driving it?
He was driving it on the sidewalk because he couldn't carry the groceries home, and the cops pulled him over for grand theft.
Oh my god!
But does Walmart let you drive them to your house?
No, I mean obviously I think it was breaking a rule, but just getting pulled over for grand theft is kind of hilarious.
Oh, I wonder if it started as grand theft or if they pissed off the cops and it got escalated.
Yeah,
like if it would have been just a warning, but for some kind of communication breakdown.
Yeah, I only watched 15 seconds. But.
Wow, we have the Walmart cart police, the literal police.
It took him 3 days to drive it home.
You know what I don't get is the carts in grocery stores where they have the invisible magnets that you can't take. Well,
yeah, you can't steal them.
How the hell do people still get them out of the parking lot? Because when I walk home or drive home from the grocery store, I still see carts, like away from the grocery store.
I don't know how they're doing it, but I know that there's some pretty ingenious homeless people out there.
If I was going to steal something, it would be an ambulance because then you could just grab all the pain pills and run.
Okay, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah.
I would steal the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck. I feel like if I'm going to be in a police chase, that's the coolest vehicle to be in one in.
I for some reason, Jeff, I can see you stealing an ice cream truck.
That was my other thought, but then I'm like, I don't eat ice cream, and I think the music would get on my nerves after a while. So I'm going to go with the wiener truck. I think I could do something with that.
Grand Theft Glizzy.
If I wanted to steal something, now this is risky. I would steal a tank like that guy did in San Diego back then.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, that guy, like that. Okay, tanks can go over shit, but did he not know that he had to kind of go on a side instead of head on the medium?
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
hey, are you talking about
the?
I'm talking about the guy that stole that National Guard tank in San Diego in the 90s.
Oh, okay. Because I know there's a story called Killdozer.
Yeah.
And this guy was getting railroaded on his property by the local government, so he armored his bulldozer and destroyed a bunch of shit, and he was the only one that was a casualty.
Yeah, I mean that case too, but yeah, the guy that in San Diego, man, that was crazy. The cops made short work of him, though.
Yeah, they always do.
Yep. They popped the hatch and they popped him in the head.
Mm. Well, you remember those two guys that robbed Bank of America and they were wearing body armor and they had...
I remember that. I saw it live on TV as it was unfolding. Yep, I remember.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Like, these guys, they knew they were going to go out guns blazing. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They knew.
Oh yeah, they were serious.
You talking about the North Hollywood shootout?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was called into the school I worked at the time. Nobody wanted to go in, so
Oh
they
my
called the
fucking
weirdo.
god! I'm gonna be so
Oh,
mad.
well, fuck, I'll go in. Why not? You only live once. If I get shot, I get shot. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, the school is in North Hollywood. I live a few miles from that bank. But yeah, I went in, brought my nunchucks. Not kidding.
One thing those guys did that was real professional was they took Xanax before they went in, because that way it stops your hands from shaking. You know, when you're all worked up and in a firefight.
Yep.
One of the stories I heard about it, they said they mentioned like amphetamines.
Yeah.
And then they described that even with the armor, each of those guys ate about 50 bullets each.
And they
Yeah.
were high on steroids too. They were steroid addicts too.
Really?
They were steroid addicts. They worked out every day at the gym and took steroids.
Oh man. Yeah, well, they both killed themselves, right? Or did one get shot?
The cops shot them both.
No, but one of them shot himself when he knew it was over because he couldn't get away, and he just took a pistol to his head.
I know the cops were raiding the gun store down across the street or down the street.
Yeah. Looking for weapons.
Yeah.
That's a wild story.
I think it's because of them that the cops have AR-15s now, or whatever they carry. You know.
Yeah, that was one of the personal accounts of one of the officers. Was like, you know, we're used to handguns on the street and we carry handguns, but like I got this 38 special and these guys got fully automatic AKs and drones and stuff.
And they were going to their trunks, the trunk of their car for more weapons too.
It was wild. Absolutely wild.
I mean, we seen some crazy ass shit unfold on TV as Gen Xers, man.
Yeah. Well, like, how about that karate instructor? He abducted this guy's kid, and the guy's on the payphone, and they're walking the perp through the airport, and he turns from the payphone and just shoots him in the head.
I saw that. Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen that video. That's wild too.
Yeah.
And some of the captions on it, some of the comments on that, are it's like this man's my hero. Payback's a bitch.
Yeah. Well,
like you fuck my kid, and he put so much thought to be in the right place at the right time, and he fired one shot straight through that guy's ear, and then just gave up. Like, hey, I got the guy who touched my kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he totally surrendered, and they knew him. The cops knew the guy because they called him by name. I think his name was Gary or something.
Yep.
Well, what about the FBI murders in Miami? When the FBI were trying to track down those two bank robbers, and they tracked them to a residential street, and there was a fierce shootout. This happened in the 80s.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
There's a movie about it called The FBI Murders, and two known actors play the bad guys. The guy from Poltergeist, and the guy from what the hell was that sitcom called? The Keatons.
Who's the boss? Was that the one?
No.
Family Ties.
Family Ties. Yeah, the dad from that TV show played the bad guy in the movie called The FBI Murders. You guys should watch.
Michael Gross, right?
Yep.
Good memory.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, of course, they don't make TV shows like Family Ties or anything that deals with real life stuff anymore.
No, it's just all drivel so that you don't think.
Yeah. That's why I stopped watching TV and I come out here and talk to y'all.
Yeah. We are the new TV and the new radio, apparently.
Yeah. Well, this is like a radio show and a TV show because you can watch, you can listen, whatever you want to do.
I was. This is called new media. I was reading something where like the old media, where it's an audience broadcasting to like an unknown audience or anonymous viewers, is called old media now, and this is called new media because it's interactive and it's two-way.
Well, somebody yesterday, I forget who it was, they said they get all their news from YouTube.
Oh Lord, we're no wonder we're screwed. If people are coming to the Panelverse to get their news, I don't know what's worse, TikTok or the Panelverse
I get my
to get news from.
I get my news from Rebel News and Epoch Times.
My sister told me last week she gets her news directly from TikTok.
Dude, I got interviewed for the Epoch Times. I did it. This guy interviewed me about autism, and he was from the Epoch Times. He was in the UK. We did a Zoom call, and he did an article with an interview on me. I just remembered.
Yes, Spike. Yeah, Spike. That's the name of it. In the Line of Duty: The FBI Murders, 1988. Yeah.
I believe in especially when it comes to news. I believe in having perspective too. So like, you might get wind of something. You might, hear somebody talking or read a sentence on your feed or something, and then you look at, you click on it, and it gives you basically the rundown. But at the same time, especially every mainstream media source tries to exploit a narrative.
Right.
So, you go to your favorite YouTuber and independent media, even though they may sway one way or the other, and you see what they say about it. And then you take those keywords and you start doing your own research. But you really kind of have to do that now, because if you just, like, my mom's a Fox Newser. She really is. Anything that's said on Fox News is like the gospel, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I cannot stand talking to her about stuff like that, because she'll pull out passion out of thin air because Fox News said it. You know what I mean?
So, in other words, she swears by Fox News, and you can't tell her otherwise. I got you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't listen. I mean, that's why I'm going back to school this winter to be a journalist, because this world is in need of honest, truthful journalism.
Wait, you going back? You are?
Yep.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
I don't want to do renovations until I'm 65, man. I'm 45. I want to do something I know I'm going to enjoy, and I'm a YouTuber, and this class teaches you photography, videography, podcasting, and journalism.
Nice.
Yeah, good deal.
Are you already a creative writer? Are you pretty good with a pen? Or with
if you mean like poetry and lyrics, yeah, I've been known to put things on paper back in the day. Yeah,
that's all you need. I mean, obviously, some training is good, but you don't actually need a degree or a certificate to be a journalist. But
when I was in grade 6 or 7, I once did a book report on JFK and the whole conspiracy and assassination behind it, and I got an A+.
Oh, something's going on in Lebanon? Let's see.
Jeez, what isn't going on in Lebanon, right?
Right.
Or did you mean like the pagers? Is that what you're talking about? Lebanon rocked by deadly. Oh wait, let's see. No, it's still the pager story, but it's at the top of the news constantly. Israel declares new phase of war after Hezbollah device blast in Lebanon.
Chopper Jeff, I still have my pager from back in the day.
Yeah, I never had a picture.
I
got all my pagers right here in my drawer.
I even called my cell phone company one day and said, "Can I reactivate my pager?" He's like, "No, you can't. They're obsolete now."
Yeah, I think this is new war. This is like 6th generational warfare. They're just gonna blow everything up remotely.
Ready
Yeah,
for
I was born in 1983, and I didn't, the cell phones were coming out and all my friends had them, but I didn't have a cell phone until I was 30.
Yeah, me either. I didn't have one till I was like, like 45 or something.
Yeah, I was closer to 40. Late 30s for sure.
I didn't need it. You know, my friends would just call my house. I was always home, and they'd say, "Hey, what are you doing? Let's go out. We'll go drinking, you know, or we'll go to the bar." And I'm like, "All right," and that was it. You know, like I was always at home to take the call. But
God, I was born. I was born in '79. I remember the answering machines, man. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
in the '80s, I used to have so much fun. Maybe it was the '90s, but they had answering machines where they had a 2-digit security code, and you could call your own answering machine and log into it with the 2-digit code. So I would just call my friend's house like 100 times until I got the right code, and then I would change his answering machine message to something funny, and you could do it to anybody.
Would it be your
That's a
voice?
that's a good.
You could
That's a
play
good.
any sound you wanted. Sorry, what?
I said that's a good prank right there.
Yeah, it was fun, man.
Wow, so you were hacking answering machines for fun as
Yeah,
a kid?
but it was so easy. Like I don't know who thought up that security code business, but it was totally ineffective.
Yeah,
As
that's
a teenager, I definitely said, when you hear the beep, you know what to do. 2 minutes.
at the sound of the beep.
Well, that's like locking your car door but leaving the window open.
I think I might have done that.
Jeff, were you a party line person back in the day?
No, we had friends that had a party line, but I always thought it was like
You're
I
so
never wanted one.
the party
So
lines.
I've seen party lines in action, but we were fortunate enough to have a black rotary dial phone all to ourselves.
Oh God, rotary dial phones. I remember those. Oh,
Yeah,
remember
in
the
my
BlackBerry?
situation, like my sister was always on the phone growing up, and she was the oldest, and
Same here.
Yeah,
it
me too.
it was
Co-
frustrating because all I wanted to do was make like a 5-second phone call to tell the kids in the neighborhood, like, hey, let's go outside, let's ride bikes, play football, link up, whatever. And I was less than 10 at that point, and my sister would be on the phone for hours, like walking around, stretching that cord as long as it would go. And I'd be like,
Are we
okay,
related? We might have the
I'm
same sister.
I'm, I'm just gonna go knock on everybody's door and see what's up. So my phone education as a child was like nothing because
Fuck,
my sister was always on the phone.
mine too. And the only thing that saved me is I didn't have a lot of friends to call in the first place, so she could have it.
Well, see, with me, back in the '80s, I had an older sister too, and like she would always either be on the phone and twirling that damn cord. So I fixed her ass when I was a kid. I crazy glued the bastard to the phone.
Hmm.
I lifted up that receiver and I poured crazy glue on both the receiver and the base of it, the phone. And let me tell you, well, I
Hey,
got,
Philip,
I got in trouble for that. Let me tell you.
for poor Crazy Glue. Good.
Yeah, I never had my own landline. I had my sister's landline. I guess we all had older sisters here.
Yeah.
Well, actually, mine was younger, but she ran that thing.
And then I decided I had to. I forget what my sister did to me because you know how older siblings get. They are always torment the younger ones.
I never did. Well, all right.
So I went outside one night. I flipped my sister's 10-speed over, and I took that son of a bitch apart.
What?
Yeah, she pissed me off. I forget how she pissed me off, but I took that whole bike apart, that whole 10-speed.
What was her reaction?
Well, needless to say, my stepdad had to drive her to school because she was like 15, 16. And when I got home from school, I had to build the bike all over again.
You could not have just slashed her tires.
Oh no, I had to go the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
Or I should say 10 yards because it was a 10-speed.
What
And
about what about when there was like dial-up internet, right?
right,
And if you were on the dial-up internet, I think you had a choice. At least
Oh,
my
when a call
whatever
came
it was,
in?
Yeah.
It was like if a call came in and you made this choice, then it would ignore the call,
Right. Or
Yep.
bump you off.
or it'll bump you offline and then the phone will ring. Well, I got arrested when I was 17 for speeding, and they took me all the way to the police station,
Oh.
saw the magistrate, and then they released me. And I asked the cop for a ride back to my neighborhood because I was like just a couple hundred yards from the house when I got arrested. And he said, "I'm not a taxi." And I was, I was coming home from work. I worked at a grocery store bagging groceries. And I was like, well, there's the payphone. I was like, well, can I get a quarter? He goes, call 1-800-collect. So I do the 1-800-collect, but it was kicking off the call. It was
'Cause
kicking off
they
the
were
call.
on AOL.
My mom was online at home waiting for me to get home, which should have been around 11:30 midnight. Instead, I come walking in the door. Well, I walked all the way from the police station. It was like 9 miles in December, and I actually walked past my house. I walked to the car where they left it, drove it to the house, and then I go to like hang my head and walk in the house, and the door's locked. And our door was never locked. Even our front door was never locked. And I went to go walk in, and the door's locked. So it's like, okay, now I have to knock and wake somebody up. So I'm knocking on the door, and my mom comes with this big old smile, and she's like, "Oh, I've been waiting on you." I was like, "Mom, I got arrested, and I tried calling, and she goes, "Oh, I was online."
Yeah.
Yep. I got locked out of my apartment one time because my roommate was online, and I could. It was one of the little things where you had the call box to let the person know you're outside. They could let you in, and it wouldn't. I couldn't reach her because she was online. And I could see her. I walked around to the side, and I had to climb the wall, and I could see her through the window at the computer typing, and I kept like waving and jumping around and trying to. I was like that dog in that commercial, and she would never look at me. And I was out there for like an hour before she finally noticed me and then let me in.
Well, one time I locked myself out of the house, and I lived on a busy street corner, and it was the middle of the day, and I knew that the kitchen window was open, and I knew that if you pressed them the right way, you could pop the metal screens out, you know. So I I climbed up, I grabbed onto the bricks that were under the window, and I was holding myself up, and I popped the screen out, and I climbed in the window, and somebody called the freaking cops on me because they thought I was breaking into the house.
So the bottom line is, all of us men are idiots because I did the same thing. So there must be
No,
some,
those are life skills we would develop.
right? I mean,
That's Gen X.
but with me is, I climbed through the kitchen window, and I forgot there was a sink full of hot soapy water with some dishes. So I stepped in that freaking soapy water.
Me and my
God.
sister, and I'm sure it was her, because I would not think of something like this, decided one day, we were kids, to put dish detergent in the sink and let the faucet run so that the bubbles would overflow onto the floor. And then we sat in the floor, and it was covered in soap bubbles from this running faucet. And our parents were watching TV, and they're like, those two are being awfully quiet. Maybe we should go check on them. But they walk in the kitchen, and it's this floor covered in soap suds that we had figured out how to get from the sink.
But at least the floor is clean.
I guess it was.
Well, you know what? I learned a valuable lesson one day. Never put dish soap to wash your dishes by hand in a dishwasher.
Ah,
Oh God, you'll get bubbles. You will get so many bubbles.
And I got to tell you, that whole kitchen looked like a freaking bubble bath. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, my mom got home and she fucking freaked.
You remember that Brady Bunch episode
Which
You know,
which one?
jogged my memory, man.
where he puts the soap in the washing machine? And
Oh, yeah.
I have a really hard time with I've got a best friend and I've got a wife, and we're all adults, we're all the same age,
Right.
but it really burns my biscuits to watch them do dishes because they're like, oh, there's a dishwasher, put it in the dishwasher. Well, they put it in the dishwasher, but they don't, scrape the crusties off first, as if the
Hang on.
dishwasher's going to do everything, and that really pisses me off.
Hang
I
on.
wash the dishes before I put them in the dishwasher.
Hang on. There's a huge debate. Me and my partner had this debate. He was medical and very scientific minded. There's this, I forget. You're supposed to leave the shit on the dishes because there's an enzyme in the detergents that's designed to work with the food, and it actually works better if you leave the food on when you put it in the dishwasher. And we had this debate for years, and we would try experiments where we did it one time without the food, and one time we washed them, and one time we didn't. I didn't notice much different, but he swore by leaving the food on, and that's how he did it because of this enzyme.
I have to disagree with Jeff because, like unsaid, God, I sound like I'm Chinese. Said, if you rinse your dishes off before putting them in the dishwasher, don't forget that food's going to get trapped in the drain of the dishwasher. Yeah, and you don't want your dishwasher to back up.
You mean if you leave the food on?
Yeah.
I rinse mine personally. I mean, I don't rinse it OCD, but I rinse like the big stuff off and then I put it in. So I do like a compromise.
I mean, I'll say this too. I'll say this too, and that is in certain situations, a dish, if you're working with like, let's just say like sour cream and cheese on like a Mexican dish or something like that. But if that dish sits there for even if you like wipe it into the trash can or whatever when you're done with the dish, but if that dish sits there for like, let's just say 3 days before you get the motivation to do chores, that will turn into like concrete on your dishes.
Yeah.
And dish soap doesn't solve that problem. You know what I mean?
No.
You got to soak it or something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if it's crusty, you got to scrape it off. If it's saucy, let it go.
And then guess you're saucy, right? I mean, you can be saucy sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's funny in my household because like we'll do a whole bunch of work like spring cleaning type of stuff, and we'll get everything nice and neat. We'll clean up all of our lacking for the year,
right.
and we'll talk to each other. Like me and my wife, we're both 41 years old, and we're like, okay, the house is clean. We're it's almost like we're verbatim talking back to each other the exact same mantra. Use a dish, put it in the dishwasher immediately. And it never happens.
That my roommates do that. They let the dishes pile up in the sink dirty, and then they will rinse them and put them in the dishwasher whenever they pile up. And we were taught to when you use the dish, put it in the dishwasher, and then when the dishwasher gets full, you run it. That makes the most logical sense. And they think it's so weird that I put a dish directly in the dishwasher and I don't just throw it in the sink.
Well, I'm listening, but I just had this comment. 5 men talking about doing dishes. We've evolved.
Oh, fuck. Someone clip this. It's going to go viral.
We have leveled up, gentlemen. We have leveled up.
Right?
Oh, my God.
We can also do...
The future is female.
I mean, we can also dust, vacuum, do the whole...
We can. I could dust.
Hold on. You're going a bit far now.
I even cook.
I cook, too. Shit.
Oh, God. I remember Calgon.
We can make sandwiches also, right?
To be honest, I have a dishwasher, and I've maybe used it once in about 10 years. I never used my dishwasher. I'd rather hand wash my dishes.
I don't trust myself to get them. I trust the machine more than me to get them completely clean.
Trust the machine, Jeff.
Yes.
I gotta say, I saw this YouTube short that was real funny, and the wife, she's putting up the groceries, she's filling up the refrigerator, and the husband comes around and he's the one recording, and he goes, "Hey," and she looks up at him. He goes, "Fill up the dishwasher," and she goes, "I'm putting away groceries. You fill up the dishwasher." And he goes, "Oh, but honey, the kids are home."
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious. I died laughing at that.
Liliana, what is going on with you? You're representing for female drivers today for sure. She's at, I guess, at a school parking lot running over cones. Are you on the PTA by any chance?
I mean, I do like using palm olive when I wash my dishes because it makes my hands smooth and soft and all that stuff. You know,
All right, you've just dishes was only the beginning.
I mean,
Now we're soaking in palm olive. Jeremy was right.
Who owns an emery board?
Yeah, sometimes if you do the dishes rough enough, you really don't even have to take a shower afterwards.
How come you gotta say? Why do you gotta say
man dishes?
How come did you
Just
you
do
have
them in
to
the
make
shower.
Did you have to make that sound like it was doing dish porn rough enough?
Dish bang.
Vinny Pots and Pans, what's up, bro?
Vinny, come up.
I wonder if that would be a good ASMR for a YouTube channel. ASMR dishes.
Yeah, probably so. And men washing dishes, they could talk in like a deep, sexy voice. Water wash.
Now here you go. You
This is for the ladies.
lather up the hands with the dishes.
I feel like that was worth a super chat.
Or do one of those high frames per second when you're, let's say, just hypothetically, let's just say your wife took a Tupperware to lunch like 3 weeks ago and it never left her car in the middle of the summer. And then she brings it in and just puts it with the rest of the dishes as if everything's okay. But if you do high frames per second, you can see all the mold spores just popping into the air once you pop that Tupperware to clean it. And it's like, oh, yep, I'm going to die tomorrow.
You know what? That's actually sort of ingenious. If I do a slow motion video of washing a dish, like a bounce, you could bow now background in the audio. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be. I promise you, that's gonna get a lot of hits on that.
Hey, why don't we all do it, and then
we could have ASMR night.
We'll make it a thing. We'll make it a trend.
Men doing ASMR.
I can fold some laundry and kind of just put some soft. I don't know, 70s porn music with no lyrics, just the music in the background.
I'm trying to think what chore I could do. I could file my nails.
I do have some nifty slippers that my friend from YouTube mailed me last year. He got from Amazon. They're penis slippers.
Whoa.
I was about to say, I could wear like a mankini.
Which means they also have vagina slippers out there.
I got a thong I can wear for folding dishes for ASMR night.
The mystery is why can't Tupperware come up with better plastic that doesn't absorb the tomato stains?
look at Spike. He's like, yes.
I think we might have created a whole new tier here.
Yeah,
ladies are turning their ears.
Instead of dude perfect, we'll call it dude dishes.
That's a great name, man. Good idea.
No, I think we have something here. I'm not kidding. This could get traction.
This could be viral. It's like when people were taking pictures with sunflowers for one summer.
Or the ice bucket challenge.
Yeah.
Men doing dishes challenge.
Yeah.
In fact, we could start a trend. They could come to the channel once a week. We'll give men one household chore to do for that week. It'll make all the ladies happy. It'll blow their wigs off, rock their world. And we'll be helping, and then women will all come around and start thinking men are cool again.
Well, I could sweep and mop in my boxers if that would be okay.
We could make white men
as long as
again.
YouTube's okay with it.
Or
I've
my
seen worse.
or my teddy whiteys. I mean, whatever.
Let's do the boxers.
Okay. Well, I mean,
with
I
a pair of underwear on underneath the boxers, just in case.
Well, I do have hearts on one of my boxers I can wear.
Well, I've seen these videos where it's like it's women with certain types of shirts on, and they do like a wet versus dry, and this is on YouTube. Okay, so imagine you're doing the dishes all sexy like in your tidy whities, but you so happen to splash water all over them.
Oops.
Oh, I'm
I
so
use a
wet.
dishwasher, so laundry's more of the chore part. Dishwashing doesn't feel like a chore. I use a dishwasher, I rinse in the sink, and I put in the dishwasher. That's the extent of the chore, and then I empty it like when it's done a few times a week.
I have
So
cooked
I would
meals.
say laundry is more of the chore. So I guess if you're sticking to the category of chore, I would go with laundry.
I think dishes is a more of a chore than laundry.
If you have to
Well,
do it by hand.
I wear almost the same thing every day. Like, I change my drawers, my socks, and my t-shirt, but I wear basically the same shorts and the same hoodie and the same hat every single day. So, like, my laundry would just be drawers and socks.
Yeah.
I have a uniform, Carhartt jeans and some kind of black T-shirt. That's it.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's funny.
I like your T-shirts, Jeff, the satanic ones, especially that one you got on now. That's really cool.
Oh, the satanic kitty.
Yeah.
Hey,
Meow Satan.
I didn't know it said meow though.
get the shirt on the. Okay. Oh, it's got the 666 on there, the pentagram.
Yeah, 666. The all the satanic iconography. Oh, it even has a little paw print. A little cat paw print. It says meow and hail Satan.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Jeremy, I agree. Paper plates are great, but like you're wasting money when you have to go out to the Dollar Tree or somewhere and buy a package of paper plates every time you run low.
It depends. Have you ever seen people use rather than rinsing it off or just throwing it away? You ever see somebody take like a damp paper towel and wipe it off? Like, hey, I used this plate for dinner, but I didn't destroy the plate, so I'm going to use a damp paper towel and wipe it off, and I'm going to use that same paper plate for breakfast. I've seen that.
I have my
I've done
pride.
it.
That feels too ghetto.
I do that. No, I do that. Especially during the pandemic, I was wiping off. I mean, if there's sauce, you got to toss it. But if I ate a sandwich on a paper plate, I'd definitely hold on to it. I didn't want to get in line and fight for paper plates and toilet paper and paper towels.
Amazon, dude.
Yeah, I've honestly seen people be kind of bad about it too. Like my work does cookouts, and the little things kind of are tells when you're looking at somebody.
Right.
And it's like, okay, if I go get a hot dog, from the cookout, and I go sit down, I eat my hot dog, and let's say, okay, now I want a cheeseburger and get a cookie for dessert. I use my same plate, but I've seen people that will get a paper plate, put their food on it, go eat, throw the paper plate away, then go get another paper plate, get another food. And sometimes you see people do this like 3 times, and it's like, what was wrong with the plate that you just ate off of 2 minutes ago?
I agree.
I reuse my plates. I like use it for days and just keep rinsing them off.
Any barbecues or cookouts I've ever been to, I've used the same paper plate until I was completely done.
It depends on how messy it is.
It's kind of like being at a party. If you fall asleep with your shoes on, you're fair game. But if you take your shoes off, you told everybody, "Hey, I'm done," and then you pass it on somebody's couch. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I've never crashed out at a party on somebody's couch. I have woken up in a bathtub a couple of times after a party.
A couple. How do you end up in a bathtub from a party and bathtub instead of a couch or a bed?
Well, I was hugging the porcelain throne, and I on one occasion I crawled over to the bathtub, crawled in there, and fell right asleep.
Yeah, I had a situation kind of similar. I graduated high school a year before my best friend, and so I went to college and I was away, and I came back and me and him went to a party, and we just got tore up. And we were young. We weren't like the party crowd, but we had been drinking, like we were jacked up. And I went into his. We were at his house, and I went into the bathroom, and like you said, hugging that porcelain god.
Yep.
And his dad came in, and I didn't even know his dad was there. But like I was about to like leaned forward, I think, and put my head in the toilet, like I was passing out. And, and
That's
he
the
shuffled
worst,
me,
dude.
and he shuffled me into the bathtub, and he put my head underneath the faucet. Now he didn't run the water, but he eventually, I think he checked on me. I think I was out, and eventually he brought me a pillow and a blanket. But the worst part about it was he took a picture and then printed it out. And when I woke up the next day, like he was making pancakes and he was all cool. And he was like, "Hey, come check this out." And he had printed out this picture of me passed out, drunk as fuck, in a bathtub. And he put it over the mantle of the fireplace. And he showed me that picture and he goes, "Hey, you ever do this again? And this is going to go wild."
Blackmail.
Yeah.
Jeremy, that's hilarious.
What? Like he was gonna post it? Is that what he meant by that? Or
Oh, Tommy, you coming in scratchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Staticky.
Yeah, we didn't exactly have posting stuff back then. I think what he said was that he was going to give that picture to my mother.
God, thank God YouTube and social media wasn't around when I was drinking and getting high and shit.
Yeah, no shit.
You know,
We
the
would've
one
turned
I've
out
done
like
a
the
lot of
kids
stupid
today.
shit. I've done a lot of dumb shit when I was drunk and high. You guys remember the movie Teen Wolf from the 80s?
Was it Michael J. Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I actually tried to recreate that in my small little town that I grew up in.
He turned into a wolf.
No, standing on the back of my buddy's truck on the roof of it. You know, those truck roofs are not very big when you're a big guy and you're standing on them.
Yeah,
how's
that
it
would've
now,
been-
Jeff? Still bad?
Huh? No,
Much
now
better.
you're good.
Much better.
All right.
Hey Jeff,
What's up? Hey,
Jeff,
welcome.
do you see my new avatar?
Cool, bro.
You know who that is?
It's you, huh?
Yeah.
You, I guess. Yeah.
They used to say that I look like a Civil War.
Oh, it looked Russian. I
Rush?
see it now. Is it AI? He did it with AI.
I don't know how they did it, but they I just gave them the
Russian.
picture and I wore the hat and they put me in that with the flag.
Benetton. Remember
You
that?
look like a Russian.
Like Rasputin.
A Bolshevik. That's
Well,
funny.
I got to drop down, guys, but thanks for having me, Jeff. And
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. This is
Later,
a fun
Zach.
morning.
I told you about Pink Boberto, right?
Yeah, I saw him on some stream the other day, but he wasn't talking. I'm like, oh, there's that Birdo guy, and I tuned in, but somebody else was talking the whole time. Birdo
Well,
never said anything.
He's on the stream that you were playing earlier from last
With
night.
the
But
FBI guy?
yeah, but he wasn't spurging out. He was behaving. So if you want to
Oh,
watch
okay.
that, that'll show you the other side of Pink Bo.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll take a look.
All right,
I have a
well-
parasocial relationship with somebody I don't even know yet.
right,
Hasta luego, Zatuichi.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one.
Later, man.
Take care.
Well. Yeah, I remember Benetton. Do they have Benetton anymore?
I don't know.
That seemed like a fad thing, like it would still be around. United Colors of Benetton official website, shop online. Let's see what it looks like today. It just looks like normal clothes that you'd see at Target.
They were the first to introduce the spectrum.
The fashion spectrum or the spectrum
No,
spectrum?
all their advertisements was like every shade of skin tone. It was always
Oh, that spectrum.
I was making
Diversity spectrum. Yeah. Wow.
I saw you guys talking about music, like fads last night, movements and stuff. like in the 80s and the
Yeah,
90s.
some of the people were actually there.
The punk rock. Well, yeah, I remember. Like I live close to New York, so a lot of the bands would come to Philly and stuff. The New York hardcore bands. So I remember seeing a lot of like punk rock and New York hardcore bands
Oh,
and things like that around where I live when I was growing up
so
and
you were kind of around too.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I remember I used
Damn.
to listen to like the Sex Pistols. I first got
Yeah.
into like Nirvana and the Sex Pistols and grunge and punk, and then I got into like hardcore and metal. But I like all that stuff, man. If it's a good
Yeah.
song, I love it, you know.
Yeah, I love the electric guitar. It's one of my.
And
It's
I
not even a sound. It's like a whole spiritual bodily
yeah,
experience.
definitely. And like the reverbs and the distortions and
Mm-hmm.
the palm muting and all that
The
the
feedback,
groove
the
of it all.
noise, the fuzz.
Yeah, I love all that stuff, man. Like and certain bands, like really good bands, they'll have their own sound. Like you can't reproduce like Korn's sound. Like it's hard to reproduce their exact sound.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what makes a really good band. They have a unique sound. Like bass tones and things like that. Distortion sounds. Snare drum sounds in a real good album, like a snare that just kicks. That stuff
Yeah.
means a lot, you know, on a good album.
Oh my God.
Snapcase.
Liliana, I tell that story all the time about me going to the mall to buy a tape and them IDing me because of that new Tipper Gore law, and then I called my senator, and it was J. Bennett Johnson, and I had a conversation with him. It was the Punk Rock Girl cassette. This is the cassette I was trying to buy in that story. The Dead Milkman, Beelzebubba. It was their new album, and it had Punk Rock Girl on it, and that's the cassette I was after. And it had a PMRC sticker, and they were IDing, and if you were under 21, you could not
Oh,
buy
the
it. And I had to get
sticker.
my mom to come back to
Yeah.
the mall with me to buy that tape for me, and it was so. I was so
Explicit
frustrated.
lyrics, right? That's what it is. Like
Yeah, it was
explicit
the
lyrics.
lyrics. And I couldn't
Yeah.
even figure out what song on the cassette even had the lyric because none of them were that objectionable. It was a bunch of uptight white people, white ladies.
Yeah,
Definitely
man.
poured
I
out.
remember those days shopping for albums at the wall, things like that.
Yeah.
That
That
was
that
cool.
there was a whole culture around music and acquiring
Yeah, like
music
we
and
would meet up at
discovering
record
music and
stores.
sharing music.
Yeah, we would meet up at record stores and like share vinyls, share 7 inches,
Then you
share
had the used
CDs.
CD stores. You could go swap out your CDs, see what other people were bringing in.
Yeah, we would try to discover as much music as possible because there
Because we
was
didn't have the
a lot of
internet, like we had
music.
to do it all on foot, and
Yeah,
it,
there was
it
no
was a
internet.
whole there was a whole lifestyle around it.
That's so crazy how you can pretty much find any song on YouTube right now. Like even
Yeah.
songs that weren't like mainstream or that pop, like they're on there. You know, somebody's uploaded it.
Hey
It's
Sam,
wild.
what's up? Right, it's very rare. There's a few obscure songs that I can't track down on the
Yeah,
internet, but it's very rare I can't find a song somewhere.
yeah, I could pretty much find everything, which is like a whole game changer.
Even on Napster, that was so cool about Napster because I could get all these songs that there was no way to get through the record stores. Oh, Doc Martin. I never did. All my friends had Docs, but I never did make that transition. I never liked the yellow laces and the label. I don't like things with. I don't like advertising on my clothes.
That should be a song title. All my friends had docs. That's hilarious. Or a T-shirt. T-shirt. Write it down.
I've never been a person either. I mean, most of my clothes back in the day were corduroys and hacky sacks and the Vans.
I like ska. Ska was cool.
I mean, I thought I was some kind of alternative, wearing that shit.
Alternative hipster with the
Yeah.
baggy clothes
Yeah, yeah,
and the flannels like Kurt Cobain.
yeah. Playing hacky sack and smoking pot.
Dude, Nirvana blew up so big. Like they're like one of the biggest blow ups as far as bands. As far as they got popular so fast.
Like I
Like
think that was probably the last
like real big blow up.
great of rock itself, like rock
Yeah,
as a
of like
genre.
alternative rock.
That
Yeah,
was
I
the
get that.
last like hoorah for rock.
Yeah, and
And
then
that
came like new metal, like new metal and
And then it like you had electronica and pop and dance and all that, but there's not
yeah.
really been a major rock act since.
And
You
when
had the
you
That's
White
think about
Stripes
it,
in the 2000s, but like who talks about them now?
that's the
Nirvana's
same year that
songs were
hip
so
hop took a
simple.
big turn. Also,
I
like
had a moment at one time. I was a middle school, public middle school dance, and I had never been like formally socialized like that. I was just a neighborhood kid. But my buddy, his mom was going to take us to this dance, and I was like, "Okay, mom, I'm going to a dance." And so I put my slacks on. I put a button-up shirt on, tucked it in. I didn't have a suit jacket, so I was looking like that, almost like kind of like business casual, I guess, with no jacket. And I show up at my buddy's house to get ready to go to this dance, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Going to the dance." It's like it's kind of like a formal thing. And he goes, "Nope, come with me." And he takes me up into his room, and he's like, "You're not wearing that shirt." And then he gives me this like surfer brand t-shirt that has a hole in it, and he's like, "You're wearing this." And I was like, "Oh, but this like it this is the type of stuff that we skate in. This is the type of stuff that we play football in. This isn't like dance stuff." And sure as shit, we show up there. I had never been to a dance before, but in that age, it was the Nirvana era, it was the grunge era. And
Oh, so they weren't wearing the formal attire.
oh god, nobody was.
Yeah, that was the
Nobody
90s.
was.
Dude,
Nobody
that
was. And nobody was really dancing either. I thought I was going to be like a wallflower, or maybe approach a girl and ask her to dance and like hold hands and keep the one foot in front and in between you, like Catholic school style. That's what I envisioned. But no, it was just a bunch of tomfoolery and fuckery and people like jumping up and down when the songs come on. I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll never go to a dance ever again. But now I dress like that all the time. I dress like I'm ready to go to a grunge fest even when I go to work. Like that's a hoodie and shorts.
Yeah, it's a legitimate subculture now. I think, just like the hippies used to be.
Then as
Yeah.
I got older, I kind of grew out of the corduroys and I started wearing the tracksuits with the gold chains and
Are you
the
serious?
bracelets. Oh yeah,
I could really never do. I could really never do fashion that actually costs money. So like there was a part of time when the Boss jeans, the big baggy jeans era.
right.
Um, if it costs money, like I can't participate in that because I get my school clothes from Walmart. So one time I tried Wrangler jeans. I got a size that was like 8 inches bigger than my waist and 3 inches longer than my legs, thinking I was gonna, fit in. Man, I got ragged so hard because everybody else, I guess their parents did well and took them shopping for the shit that they wanted. Whereas, like, I told my mom, I was like, I want to get the jeans baggy, and she goes, "Well, just get them in a bigger size." But we're shopping at Walmart, so you get Wrangler, you don't get Boss.
You can actually, you know what? You can actually go to the thrift store and make a good and a decent outfit that looks like you spent a lot of money on.
Yeah, I didn't know that when I was like 13.
Right.
yeah, you can't have the baggy Wranglers. You definitely will get laughed at. I think we've all done it once in our life.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I even went through the whole khaki wearing the khaki half past your ass phase.
Man, when
The
I
cat.
was all the way to my early 20s, I was a tryhard. Even when I joined the army and started getting a paycheck, and you could go to the Ville in Korea, and you could get those Mitchell and Ness oversized jerseys, the throwback jerseys.
Right.
You could get anything, and it was cheap as hell. And I found myself like trying to, the stuff looked nice, but my body type and my personality, it never fit what I was wearing. I was just a tryhard for so long.
You know, it didn't dawn on me until years later when people really know me. Said, Derek, do you know how ridiculous you looked wearing track pants and gold chains with your hair slicked back? I'm
Yeah.
like, I didn't think I looked ridiculous. They're like, you did, man. You're no fucking weirdo.
What are
Fuck.
you Italian?
No, but I grew up with Italians. So I guess you could say I was. Yeah, never mind. I guess you could say I was a poser in a way.
You were Italian by association. It happens all the time.
Yes.
It's all good.
But I mean,
Yeah, my dad.
I thought I was really pulling something off. You know, my hair slicked back, the tracksuits with the gold chain. Thought I was really something. Guess not.
Yeah, my dad used to tell me stories like that. We come from Irish heritage, and but he grew up in a mostly Italian area, and so like he would go to his friends' houses, and his mom's, the moms were always cooking, and he has a serious passion for cooking. So almost everything he makes, it's some way connected to Italian,
Right.
Cuisine. But the way he dressed back in the 70s, you could have swore this guy was like trying to be like an Italian Miami Vice as an Irishman.
Right. My mom and stepdad too. They told me stories of the '70s, and I'm like, what was the fashion like back then? They're like, it was the fashion back then was awesome. You know, you could dress any way you want. You know, with the what I never understood back then was the dress shirts with the long collars, or not long collars, but the long sleeves, the puffy ass sleeves.
Which ones?
The dress shirts in the '70s that our parents used to wear with the long puffy ass sleeves.
Oh, I don't know if I know those.
It's. But the John Travolta look, I still love that style.
From the 70s?
Yeah, the Saturday Night Fever look.
Yeah. Yes. And he had the Welcome Back Cotter look, too.
And also,
Mr. Carter.
Vinnie Barbarini.
I'll say this too. I had moments in my life where I tried to mimic what my father was doing.
Right.
So like he always had like a link gold chain necklace, and he always rocked his college ring, and aside from the whole John, he really did the John Travolta kind of look, but he always had the gold chain, and he always had his ring on, and I was like, coming of age in high school and stuff, I did my best to get. I got a fake gold link chain, and I just found myself tugging on it all the time. Like it's not sitting
Like,
right
I'm
to
gonna
make
get
me,
you, sucker.
like it doesn't. It never looked. When I would look at myself in the mirror, it never looked like I felt like it should look. So I was
Right.
constantly adjusting it. I was like, I'm not wearing this fucking thing anymore. Because one, it's fake, and I used to swim in the ocean, and you go and you sit down for 5 minutes and don't touch the chain, and next thing you know, you got green marks.
Oh, yeah. Who wants to wear
Yeah.
fake jewelry?
Well, I did.
We had chains growing up. They like gave them to us as Christmas gifts and stuff, but I never wore. I never understood I don't know. They were just a nuisance to me. I never understood the point of putting on a gold chain every day. But
I
the
still
boys wore, like everyone else, wore their chains.
I still love gold. You know, I mean, I love silver and gold.
And I used to be a watch guy as well, like
Me too.
like
Oh
like
yeah,
a centerpiece to the outfit, like a flashy thing. And I've
as an
had
accessory,
watches.
not just for time.
Yeah, and I've had some good watches. I had a couple Seikos. I had a pretty sweet Nike sports type watch. But over time, it was like, hey, the things that I'm doing as, an adult that's working now, watch just gets in the way, or you don't do your job as efficiently as you could because you're trying to protect this fucking $300 thing on your wrist. And it's like, I don't make that much money and I don't want to wreck my shit. So I just stopped wearing watches and I still got them in a box upstairs somewhere.
I love my watches too, but I mostly love my gold chains and my pinky rings.
I got you. Yeah, I tried the pinky ring thing, but I don't need to be having jewelry. I have a hard time. I don't have a hard time wearing my wedding ring because we, after the ceremony and everything, about 2 years into it, we switched to the silicone rings.
Right.
So it's like they cost $10, get them in a 5-pack, and it's like, okay, I just lost one on summer vacation. When we get back to the house, I'll pick a different color.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, neat. But people still they still signal that you're married, and people still know what it means.
Yeah.
That is
I mean, it means
convenient.
The ring does mean something to me, as far as like, but it weighs nothing, and push come to shove in safety concerns, especially if you're industrial in any type of way, whether it's housework or at your job. The last thing you want is to have your finger sleeved off because something got caught on that ring. You know what I mean? Safety first.
Yeah, or when you're doing the dishes and the ring gets, down the drain.
Yep. And I've gone down the drain for lesser things, but if it was my wedding ring, like I'd go cut the circuit breaker, take the garbage disposal apart, and I'm going to get that shit. It's like $1,000.
I was almost married. I dodged that bullet.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I can't wear jewelry. That's why I'll never get married. Can't wear that ring. Just kidding. But no, I hope I find a lady that is down for the tattoo. I do a tattoo ring. I lose my jewelry. I don't even wear my earrings anymore. Used to be. But as a young hip hopper, I definitely have the gold chains. That was very silly of me back in high school. Being like
I remember that
7,
from the Run DMC days.
Run DMC.
Yeah, I could never do the piercings. Like I'm appreciative of art. So like when people have tattoos that mean something to them, and
Right.
and they had a good artist, like I'm like, oh, that's a sweet piece. But me myself, like I could never do the piercings. I changed my mind too much to have a tattoo. But I told my wife, and I've been pretty consistent with saying it, is like if I ever got a tattoo, I'd go big or go home, and I'd probably get a ghosted pirate ship across my chest.
or maybe you can get or maybe I can get like the tattoo of the ring, but then wear the ring over it, sort of like those puffy stickers in the 80s and 90s, where you peel the sticker off and then the actual drawing of the sticker shape was there.
Well, I'm gonna get a tattoo. A couple of them. One of them is gonna be $100 bill tattooed on my package. So when I meet my next future wife, she can blow $100 bill.
Oh, geez.
That's a good one. That's a good
I
joke.
knew it was a setup. I just couldn't. I even Googled just now to see what happened. It's Lucy in the football every time.
Oh, I got jokes for days, man. I'm like I said, I grew up with Italians. I grew up with a lot of people that bust each other's balls, and yeah.
Italians sound fun. I'm really liking all the Italians I've been meeting lately.
You just gotta just like get on your knees and watch my money grow.
Right?
Ay caramba!
I think we're culturally similar. Like we have like the same. It feels very culturally normal and familiar.
I mean, in our day and age, you can't be. I mean,
They're not uptight. They're like very down
Yeah,
to earth. And
like how we grew up. I mean, it wasn't. It was the norm for us to get together at a family gathering or with friends and bust each other's balls for no reason at all.
yeah, we would tease and pick on each other
Yeah,
too all the time.
nowadays you can't even tease with people.
I do. Just stay away from me.
I mean, back in our day, I mean, if we misbehaved in a grocery store somewhere, one of our parents would almost tear our arms out of our sockets and drag us out of the store.
Yep.
Sometimes.
I got sat on because
What?
What?
I didn't get what I wanted, so I threw a fit.
Uh-huh.
And my mom wrestled me to the ground and sat on me. And then someone said, "Oh my God, you're sitting on that child." And she's like, "Well, if I let him up, you got to deal with him." And the woman walked away.
When I threw my fit, she gave me what I wanted. Oh, hang on. Hebrew, is that you? Let me do my overlay.
If that's Hebrew, I got a bone to pick.
Hebrew, is that you?
Yeah.
All right. Your picture made me nervous there for a second.
Oh
You're
yeah,
good.
All right.
Pick your bone, dude.
bro. What's up, man? I
What?
waited an hour last night for you to go live.
I know.
False promises.
I passed out, dude. I got done
That's easy
editing
to
a video and I just like laid down for a minute and I slept. Sorry, I'm sorry. I won't sleep again. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I know. What sucks is I even made the live. Like I had it all set up, and all I had to do was press the live button, and I didn't do it. I ended up crashing out.
Well, some bone, man. Your bone ain't that big now. Holy shit!
That's the bone.
Right?
Yeah,
That's why I stopped setting time. Like I don't try to tell people when I'm be on here. Just whatever you see me, you see me. It's panel
my
time.
bone's bigger. My bone's bigger than yours, bro. Fuck.
I say that when I'm like, if, like, say I'm up here and I'm like, and everybody, you're gonna end it. I'll say, hey, I'm going live, so people have a place to go. That's the only reason why I
And then
say
you
it.
didn't actually go live.
Yeah, I crashed.
So they got
out.
all excited.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. But
you flaked.
yeah. People know I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Right.
Of course.
But yeah, no, I actually had to passive aggressively.
He's such a smart ass, dude.
I passive aggressively started hitting up Nova. Privately, I'm like hitting her up, like, "What the hell? Where's Hebrew?" Because for her, it's not late for her. She's like in the middle of her day. So I'm hitting her up like, "F Hebrew, never," but But
Were you getting?
Maybe he passed out. He sounded kind of tired.
Yeah.
Were you getting the itchy cravings? Like, where's he at?
Yeah, no, I had. I mean, he
Separation anxiety.
At least he didn't hit the button and then pass out and have it announced he's going live any minute.
Dude, I fell asleep one time on. I had a live and like I was up for like 3 days and I fell asleep and they said there I was saying shit because I talk in my sleep really bad because I have night terrors, and people were just like listening to me have night terrors all night, and they were like, no one like, and they tried to call me and they hit me on Discord. Like I woke up and had like 30 missed calls on Discord from like 3 different people, and like it was on for like 3.5 hours. I was just on there just like yelling and screaming and like going crazy in my room. Yeah.
Did you save it?
No, those videos are way gone. That was like almost a year and a half ago.
Hey, I saw this video. I saw this video, and it was Tom Green was on live, and his neighbor is Harlan Williams, the comedian.
Right.
I don't know him.
Tom Green like passed out
Another Canadian.
on his live, and his neighbor, who is also a celebrity comedian, hopped the fence, cracked open the window, like banged on the window, woke the dude up and was like, "Hey, are you okay? Because the people on your stream think you're having a medical emergency." And he woke up and he was like, "Oh shit, what happened?"
Was that like a year ago?
I probably saw it within the past 6 months or so, but when it happened, I don't know. I just thought it was
Tom Green, like sort of discovered live Instagram late in life, like maybe a year or during the pandemic. And he actually has really good late night live streams. Sometimes he'll play piano. He's just goofing around. He's on.
Didn't he take a van and go traveling with his dog and just like stayed in random places.
He
and shit?
did.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I used to watch that every once in a while. Yeah, it was cool. Wasn't it like a podcast?
I think. Well, I don't know if he interviewed people much, but maybe he did. But no, he was doing it
No,
on.
oh wait, I mean like his own podcast. I'm just saying, like he would like interview himself in the van, just sitting there and like, yeah, I thought just bullshit. A self podcast. I should do that,
Like
and
a
it'd just be
monologue.
me like blabbing on and on about
That's
nonsense.
monologues. That's what we do.
See, I don't know what the fuck. I'm an
It's a
idiot.
good skill to have in the Panelverse
Oh.
when there's no content.
I just play stupid ass videos and talk shit. But,
45 minutes ago.
anyways, I'm really excited to go live because I mean, I hopefully Mike sees it and comes because Mike said he would come up on my panel. I've been trying to get Mike
Oh
on my
right,
panel
yeah.
for over
He was
like
here earlier. He's
I've been
in the
trying to get him on my
comments.
panel for like a year now.
What are you going live today? You going live now?
No, I have to work. I have to work
Oh,
at 3, so I'm like actually getting my laundry ready and stuff to go. But I get off at 9, so
oh,
I'll
okay.
be here. So
What
around
time
9.
zone are you in?
What? We're in the same. I'm right below you.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'm in Oregon.
Hebrew. It's 4:19 p.m. here, Eastern.
Yeah.
So what time is it there?
It's just afternoon. It's like 1 something.
1:30 something. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Just
But yeah, I'm gonna go live tonight. So if you guys want to stop by and say hi.
I might do that. It's like if you.
If you're not live, Jeff, yeah, stop by.
Right. Well, I'll see. I want
to have some substance. Like I want some people up there that can like have a conversation and like go back like this, but instead of like nothing but arguing and fighting and a bunch of
Right.
nonsense.
Well, you know what, Hebrew? I'm still a sub to you from when we first met four or so years ago, and I'll be on your chat, man.
Yeah, if you see me go
Hebrew,
live,
do you have it where you can restream to other channels?
I don't have that set up. I don't right now, but I can. I can do it.
Because we can like take the thing over to your stream and try to help something like this grow in your stream.
You know, to be honest, Jeff, I'm not worried about that. See my channel, I'm not worried about getting people to sub and getting it up because I don't really want to I have no goals of being monetized or doing any of that, and I like to keep it kind of small because then I know the people, and then it doesn't get out of hand for me because I don't. It's been crazy lately. Like it's been a lot of fucking doxing, a lot of fighting, a lot of people saying fucked up shit on my panel. And it's just like the bigger it gets, the crazier it gets. And so I'm just trying to keep it chill.
That is so true.
Yeah, but no, thank you. I appreciate that though. I mean, if you wanted to restream it, I wouldn't mind. But I wouldn't care. But it's not a big deal to me, is what I'm trying to say.
Do you have to have a premium StreamYard to do the stream, the restream?
I think so.
I'm not sure. Of course, they changed everything now that they.
I mean, I know you don't to restream it. Like if I was to stream, Jeff could restream me without having it. But I think the streamer has to have premium and has to have it set up, because I just restreamed Shelly's last night when I was on Shelly's. So you can do it if you don't, because I don't have premium and I restreamed it last night. So.
Yeah, I always forget. I've restreamed Jeff quite a few times, but.
Hey, yeah. Paul, is that you?
Pollywog, what's up?
Paul?
N-word. No, I'm just kidding. God, that's what they do to me. That's the kind of shit I get at my channel.
Let me figure out what's going on with Paul, and then we'll get it back up. Just flash your camera or something if you... Maybe he's not there.
I don't want to go today, guys.
We are entertaining Liliana while she's driving. Thank you for tuning in.
Maybe that's why she's hitting the codes. Maybe it's us. All right, Paul, you there? Looks like he's on mute.
Hello, this is Paul.
Just give them. Hey, sometimes when they're in the back and they come up like that and they're not saying anything, just give them a second because they might be fixing their audio or their video or something. Sometimes you have to hook it up because then when you drop them, they're like fuck, and then they have to.
Oh, okay. They don't do all that ahead of time.
Well, no, I'm saying like they might I might click the link and then go to come up and then be like, oh shit, like so then figure out something. Because I have to change my audio constantly because I have my speakers and I have like a wireless headset, so I have to like constantly flip it back further. And sometimes I have the settings different and shit on different panels, so I'm like screaming at you but being quiet over there.
The new StreamYard has it where oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Please tell me they fix the volume so you can like block people from doing it.
Oh, Jeff, what I wanted to ask or say yesterday, and this is also in regards to the music stuff. If you have like a playlist or an idea of songs you want to play, the way I do streams, because I'm not monetized, is I gamble with the music copyrights nonstop. So I might want to do a show based on the music that you like. Also, like Nova and Liliana, you guys like similar music. So just to do a radio show with like
we could do it on your stream and play the copyright stuff, and it's not as much of a risk.
Because I kind of know how to dodge the copywriting without it getting shut down. I mean, I've been doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm just looking for my channel, but if somebody wants to do it on theirs, I'll participate. All right, Paul, I keep trying to bring you on, but I don't know if it's your connection or your audio. Let me try.
You know, Jeff, those Andrews, man, they're awesome. I love them. It's just they're doing something for me right now.
Oh, okay. Paul, you there? It shows you on mute. I think that's what's happening. If you're I'll try to manually unmute.
No. So
okay. What's going on? This is making me nervous. This is not a normal panel entrance. Here, I'm gonna take you off to get it figured out. I'm too confused right now.
Maybe the trolls showed up because Hebrew showed up. Let's see.
It sounded like Paul though when he said no. It sounded Australian.
Huh.
And Paul.
Maybe he's doing something and he wanted to come up and he's like right in the middle of something.
Right, that's why I was like the timing is weird. Like when I hit the link, I have it set up in front of me and I'm ready to panel.
Right. But who knows?
But I'll probably start winding this one down anyway. This was supposed to be like a little short hour coffee stream, and it did exactly what I thought it would do. It ended up going all morning.
I saw some of those photos or whatever that you were going through, or whatever. Those are cool. You had a lot of cool ones, or something. I saw like some new photos, like AI generated photos that you were showing. I think it was you, wasn't it? Of like your channel name and stuff. Didn't you have like some new shit?
Oh, the troll guards, the troll bear, the little overlays.
Yeah, the overlays. Yeah, I saw a really cool one, and I really liked it. That was good.
Yeah, we did. Me and my co-host did different branding and AI logos and stuff. So that's what it's all from.
I need to get Brad to do that for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have a knack for that nowadays that can throw that together. And
I mean, I can do it. I just don't want to pay for that shit. But my buddy Brad has it, and he can do it if I talk sweet to him. I just
had friends do it.
Just AI generated, like you just type in what you want, and it pops up the AI generated photo.
Some people have like more of a there's kind of an art to prompting, and some people have more of a talent for it. And those people tend to come up with really good images. Moose does a good job. I don't know how Moose gets some of his images, but they always seem very well prompted.
Yeah. But
no problem. I'm actually gonna start to wrap up because I had some things that I was gonna do today and then come back later, and so it seems like things are.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. Later, secrets, and later, Spike. Love you, bro.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye out, and if you stream tonight, I might hop up, depending on who's on.
Yeah, like I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to have like a fucking nice, calm, like intelligent fucking panel, which
Yeah.
never happens. But we'll try it
Don't
out.
set yourself up for
I
failure.
you know what? Even though I like to mess around on panels and whatnot, I like to have straightforward, intelligent, down to earth conversations like this.
Well, if you like both, come to my channel because it gets fucking super wily. Then it
Here,
gets. Then
this is Hebrews. He might go live tonight, so keep an eye on his. And some of us might all go visit over there.
I
Here you
mean,
go.
yeah, I don't know who's got the most sexiest voice, Hebrew or Jeff. Oh,
The most what?
sexiest voice.
Oh Lord, I'm
Hey
Hebrew,
now,
I'm
hey
sure.
now.
Hey now, hey now. Oh God, hey Mike, what's up, Mike?
Good
C?
morning.
What's happening? Jeff's gonna be mad. I shaved. He's gonna be pissed.
Oh wait. Yeah, they were asking me. I don't care. It don't matter to me. But let me
yeah.
take a look.
I
Hang on.
shaved.
I'm
I still have
multitasking.
a little goatee, but no. When it gets a little too long, it gets prickly, and I
Oh,
shave it.
you do what I do. You shave this. Because I always keep. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
shave this part. Yeah,
yeah. I got. Yeah. It
that's the
feels
kind of
cleaner.
shave I do. Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't look too different. You
Yeah.
still have that same look.
But it's funny though. Like if I have like a beard, if I let it grow long, I look totally different. So it's funny when people will shave their facial hair. You ever see those videos of like the dad will shave his big beard, and like his 1 or 2 year olds never seen him without a beard, and they're like,
They don't know
whoa!
who Daddy is.
No, they don't even know who he is. It's like it's the craziest reaction you've ever seen. It's like some stranger picking the kid up, and it's just a beard, you know. Yeah. Everyone says I look younger without facial hair, but
Oh, take care, Heather. Thanks for stopping by. Come back.
yeah. How's everything going? How's everything going in the Panelverse?
It's been a pretty cool morning. Hebrew was just talking about how he might go. Oh yeah, he said to stop by. He's like trying to get you
Yeah.
on a panel, so he might go live tonight, and we might go hang out over there.
I kept trying to find his channel, and I can't find it.
Here, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, let me see if it's
Grab it and
I'll hit
bookmark
it
it or something.
because I put Hebrew Hammer in there, and it comes up. There's a movie called Hebrew Hammer.
Oh yeah, Heather, we are. Mike came on at the last minute, so I'm gonna check in with him. But we are actually. It's true.
Let me see.
I can let Paul up, but he's not saying anything. Paul's
hit this.
certainly welcomed up. Here, let me get him on.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Paul, are you there?
Sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
I've just
hey.
had a bad day. One of my mentors, one of my friends has passed away today.
Oh,
so
no.
I'm a little bit drunk and a little bit skewy. It's just been a bad day for me.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to help?
Absolutely nothing anybody can do to help. It's just one of those things.
Just kind of let you hang out.
Yeah, just thank you for letting me up here.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything controversial. I just need a bit of conversation.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
Paul. Hugs from California, brother.
Thank you very much, my man.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah, Paul. Hugs from Canada, my man.
Yeah, thank you. He was one of my friends and actually one of my mentors in catering.
Oh.
Yeah, and he was only 50 or 2, which is a couple of years younger than me. Older.
Oh.
So
I didn't realize you were that young.
Yeah, no, man. I'm like 21 in real life. No.
Yes, aren't we all?
Yeah, I am 49.
Really?
And,
49 you said? Or 40?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I could. Yeah, you're in that range. I could see it.
Yeah, I've lived a life, man. But he was one of my friends. He meant a lot to me, and he passed away today, which I didn't know until the scene on Facebook. So it was a bit of a shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So I'm a little bit gutted. So I'm having a drink to him, and yeah, I thought I'd come up just say hello. How's it going?
You at your place? You at your home?
Yeah. I've never been anywhere else, mate.
Oh, I thought maybe at the pub or something.
Yo, bro, you're one of my YouTube brothers. I know Jeff wants to do the stream, but I had no plan to do it, but I'll open up a stream if you just want to hang out and chill with somebody.
No, you're cool, Spike. You're cool.
I can keep it going for.
Yeah, no, it's anything cool, but thank you for all being there. Thank you very much. I just like having a bit of a chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just talk about shit. Come on.
I
That's what we've
thought
been
you,
doing.
I thought you were
You're in
coming
the
up to
place for
yell.
that.
I thought you were coming up to yell to have a bone to pick with me about my bad Scottish accent.
Oh yeah, you're bad fucking Scottish accent. That is terrible, man. Stop. Stop
I'm
for
not
the
from
love of
Scotland.
God.
I'm not from
Stop.
Liverpool. I'm not John
Liliana's
Lennon.
offering to open a stream too. If you need one.
Yeah, just stop. Oh no, thank you very much, Liliana. I love Liliana. I love a lot of people here. But thank you very much. It ain't gonna make anything, but thank you. You're all good people. I don't want to say anything bad about anybody,
Sure.
you know. But thank you all. You're all good people. I'm rather drunk.
Well, you do it fine to me
I
for a
am drunk.
Brit.
I've drunk almost a full bottle of whiskey, and I still want more.
Oh Lord, that is.
Wait, you have a full bottle right now?
Yeah, no. Had a full bottle.
Wait, and how
Listen,
much time? How much time period?
In the space of an hour and a half.
How are you not blacked out?
Cause he's from Scotland.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Spike, shut the fuck up. No,
I'm not from Liverpool. I'm not Paul McCartney.
yeah, my roots are Scottish and Irish.
Well, Paul,
You
what is
wrote
your
that out.
favorite? What is your favorite whiskey? What is like the end all be all? Like, what is your favorite?
The end of the all, and I'm going to be truthful with you, Mike. I know we have differences, but my end of the all is a bottle called Glen Farkas.
What's it called?
Glen Farkas.
Red Carcass?
No, Glen Farkas.
It's one of the Glens, I think, right?
It's a Scottish
Glen,
accent.
yeah. And it is worth about
I'm never gonna be able to
70.
order this.
Yeah, it's worth about 70 to 80 pounds, which would be about $110.
Good
Well,
lord.
my favorite happens to be Glenlivet, 15 year.
I've heard of that.
Yeah,
Pronounce that one.
you're just a heathen, Spike. You're just a fucking heathen.
I
Stop
love
right
you,
now.
bro. I love you, bro.
Too. I love you too,
Then you
mate.
got then you got the Ballantines. You ever see the Ballantines? Like the really high end. Yeah.
I have tried a lot of Scottish whiskies.
Yeah.
Glen Farkas is one of the high end. It's cask strength. It just doesn't have a strength on the bottle. It's about 50 or 60 strength, and it is a proper Highland whiskey.
Yeah.
And I love that, and I love that with a good Cuban cigar.
It complements it. It does.
Oh, it really does. You dip the end. If you get a proper Cuban, people love the cigars and people love whiskey. You dip the end of that Cuban cigar into a glass of whiskey, and oh man, it's like heaven. It really is. It elevates it so much, and you just like getting proper wankers. Like
Proper
I am right now.
wanker.
Yeah, shut up, Spike.
Come on, man. I'm working on my thespian.
You come over here. I'll slap you stupid.
Hey, if you ever come to California, you can come talk California accent.
Yeah, Spike. If I ever came to California, you'd be the one.
Do a California accent.
Oh,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna do that for nobody.
I ain't gonna do that. I'm not
if
really a star.
if I ever go to California, I'll be the first people to meet Spike. If I ever went to You Are Deaf and you said come and meet me, I would meet you too for a drink.
Oh, absolutely, bro. I'd actually sip whiskey for you. I don't drink anymore, but I'd drink some whiskey with you for sure.
I'll do that too. I'll get proper wankered of you both, mate.
Proper wanker?
Yeah, wankers, mate.
Sorry, that was more the Nova accent.
Yeah, I ain't Nova, mate. She's from the north, I'm from the south, geezer. Let it go straight.
I love the difference of accents.
Spike, that would be a good band name. Papa Wanker. That'd be an awesome band name, dude. Heck yeah, dude. But no, yeah, it is what it is. It's awesome that a panel can bring people together from all different parts of the world. You know, we got Australian people, we got Scottish people, we got people from Ireland, we got people from Australia. And these are people that you never would meet ever. But, you know, you talk to these people with all these different nationalities. It's pretty cool, you know, to talk to people that you don't really know where they come from or what they've gone through or what their customs are. It's cool to learn from other people. What do you guys think?
100%.
I would like to say hello to Barbara, and I'm not Scottish. My family's not from. My family's not from England. My family's from. Sorry, I'm not Cockney. I'm not English. My family's from Scotland. I love Scotland. This is where my family is from. I have been there. I have worked there too.
Paul, let me ask you a question. What is the big difference between Welsh and British?
Okay, the biggest difference in Welsh and British. Oh, it's so complicated. Welsh. Oh God, Welsh is its own nationality. Welsh speaks their own language.
Yeah.
Scottish speaks its own language. If you can speak Scots Gaelic, and he speaks Irish Gaelic, and he speaks Welsh Gaelic. They're all a different language. It is a very complicated situation, which I cannot explain in like a sentence.
Is it tribal? Like they were different tribes at one time back in
No.
prehistory?
It's sort of and sort of not. You need to really study the difference between England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. It is very complicated, and it's something that I can't go into at the moment.
Something's quacking. Let me see who it is. I'm gonna do mute until I figure out who it is.
It's my brain.
Yeah, it's Spike's brain. Spike, your brain.
Is it you, Spike? It sounds like somebody playing a washboard or something.
Yeah, I hear it. It wasn't me. Mute.
Yeah.
Mute for 10 seconds.
Right, so Jeff, it is
Nope,
very
it's still there.
Yeah.
Is it
I don't
Mike?
know if it's I don't know. No, it's not me, is it?
Let's try. Did it go away? It might be you, Paul. No? I think I heard it. Well, I don't know where it's coming from, but it's really pulling my focus.
It is not me because
Is Vic here? It could be his crickets.
okay, it gets. But you got to remember, Jeff. There's a lot of different languages between England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, and there's a lot of different nationalities too.
Well,
I might have taken it down, but yeah, last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, I did a stream about. I was playing some like a mini documentary of all the accents over there.
Yeah, it's like I heard that. Shush.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, you speak like the Welsh version of voice.com. Just shush.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a sugar high because I'm sober, but I hopped on panel with me, and for like 2 hours, I just kept talking in all of the accents like a moron.
Yeah, I did hear that, Spike, and I just really would shush.
Hello, I'm Paul McCartney.
Just shush!
Every day. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
You gotta have a laugh. No, but there's a lot of different languages over here, Jeff. It's very complex. You need to really study it to get.
And that was all before, like, the Normans and the Vikings.
Yeah,
the languages were there before that.
It was all before. Yeah, it was all before the Normans and the Vikings. Then it was all before the Normans.
And before Rome, probably.
No,
Oh.
not before Rome.
So before Rome, it was like one people.
Yeah,
and one
before
culture.
Rome, you had England and Wales. They couldn't invade Scotland and Ireland, where my family comes from.
Yeah, because isn't Paul the current king of England from Wales? Isn't he the Prince of Wales?
No, the current king from England is they say is from German, but also they forget to add that the reason why he was chosen to be the German family was chosen to be king is because Elizabeth Stuart, who was daughter of James VI of Scotland, King James I of England. So it's all due to the Stuarts. That is why they chose the Hanoverians.
Hang on, Paul. I think that chirping might be you.
Yeah, it is.
No. Well, I just heard it, though. It seems to happen when he talks more than anything.
Yes.
But then when I mute him, I still hear it.
Oh, weird.
Okay, if I step back and put myself on again, Jeff, is that okay?
Try muting yourself.
No, I'll step back. I'll close myself off and come back again.
Yeah, probably that might fix it.
Okay. Smuggling ducks.
Is it still there? No. Well.
Yeah, I do hear. Do y'all hear it?
Yeah. What is that?
It's not
I don't hear
Paul.
anything.
It's like
I
we
don't
got
hear
a
anything.
bug
It's
in
like
the.
somebody scraping a
Here, I'll mute.
comb across a washboard.
Oh shit. That's a good description, Jeff.
What's up, Busker?
Oh, I think
Well,
it
I'm
might
not
be Mike.
musical.
Is it making the zapping noise when I talk on my end?
No, it was happening before you came up, so it's either and
Yeah.
Mike's on mute, Spike's on mute.
Yeah.
I don't hear it now, so maybe Spike or Mike.
Spike or Mike?
I don't think it's me.
Mike and Ike. Spike or
Mike,
Mike.
unmute. I'm gonna mute. Mike, unmute.
Yeah, that's
Okay, I'm
Mike.
unmuted. I'm unmuted.
It's you.
What is it? What does it sound like?
It's this little like somebody's scraping something. Freak said it sounds like somebody's like playing with poker chips.
Honestly,
like the side of poker chips if you scratch on them.
Honestly, I think it's like a very faint roboting sound. So probably that roboting thing, whatever that is.
Is it gone now?
No, if you hop down and come back
Is
up.
there's like a fan playing in the background or something?
No, not at all.
You could try and hop down and get back up, I guess.
Yeah, I'll hop down and come back up. Let me see if it goes away. Yeah. I have no idea because I never have any kind of background noise. It's always clear as day. I don't know why.
No, yeah, it's a digital static. It's a connection.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Well, let me bring Paul back then. It's not him.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was Mike we discovered.
Okay.
So he's gonna try to come back and see.
Really
we'll just say that it's not Mike's fault. Everybody thinks we're from Germany. The royal family is from Germany because that's the presumption.
I didn't know that till today.
Yeah, the royal family is mixed from Europe. The King James VI or King James I's wife was from Denmark. So there's a lot of European royal family mixed in between the British royal family. It's a presumption that everybody mistakes. And that is nobody's fault. That is just the way it is.
Hey, Hebrew.
Hey, Paul, have you ever heard of an area in England called Knaresborough?
Can you say that again, please, mate?
I see how this...
It's Knaresborough. It starts with a G.
Sorry, I didn't mean no. Go ahead. I interrupted.
I can honestly say no. What's that all about, please? I'm willing to learn new things. So anything anybody throws me, I'm willing to learn.
What was that?
Bye, Barbara. You're not going to come in here and harass Mike. Try again tomorrow.
I learned that Jeff likes to tell me he's going to end the panel, so I leave, and then as soon as I leave, he let.
I was trying to end it, and then Mike hopped on, and then Busker hopped on. Y'all quit coming here. My God, give me some peace.
Oh, damn. I guess I'll take it.
No, I'm just kidding, Busker.
I'm just kidding, Jeff.
Like I said, I'm not willing to harass anybody.
Like I'm fine. I could let it keep going. I'm not on any particular schedule.
Yeah, I just want to know what the person said there.
What? I didn't say much. It was nothing.
Yeah, the royal family starts from Britain, starts from Scotland, and it starts from most places in Europe because most places in Europe married into each other.
Where'd Mike go?
I don't know, mate.
Well, maybe this is a good time to wrap up then. While there's this
I don't know. I'm always fishing my whiskey, man. Don't wrap up yet.
Well, no. Liliana said she'd do one. Spike said he's willing to do one. We have a little group now that can keep like keeping the stream going. I think this
And
is good.
I'll be on top of Hebrew Hammer later. I mean, I didn't mean that, bro. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
I love yeah, I do love Liliana. She's a good person.
Okay, Proby, you're about to. Let me give Proby
Why are
a
you
day.
joking? You don't have to joke. We can be. What's up?
I didn't mean to say that I'm gonna be on top of you, Hebrew. I'm sorry, man. That's not good. No.
I got you. You're on
It
top right now.
really, yeah, it really does sound like a good evening to me when somebody says they're really on top of somebody. But maybe that's just a drink talking.
It's like when a good guy says, Derek, I can get really into you. I'm like,
Of
I don't want no
course,
kid.
of course, Abe shows up. I love you, Abe. Have fun.
Oh yeah, hey Abe.
Hey,
Yeah,
Nova.
hey Abe. Yeah, what's up, Abe?
Keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
Stars.
Oh dear, that's right there, Spike.
So who's doing the panel?
Oh, hi, hi Nova. Hi.
Oh yeah, hey no.
You know,
Liliana's at the hair salon.
yeah, I love Liliana. She's a good person.
Where should I send the crew?
Bye, you there, bedtime clown.
Huh?
Send the crew to Liliana's.
To Liliana's?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you have a link?
I can get one. Let's see.
Right. So you're done. You're done, Jeff.
Yeah, send it to her. She is a good person. She's a lovely person.
We talked about this earlier.
I have no.
She put a big heart on that video that Senior Citizen Saul did, mocking autistic people and making fun of violence against them.
I would never do that, but when I've spoken to Lena, she's been okay to me.
I'm just giving information
I know
that I observed.
I know you just give me upset, and I'm just saying my point of view.
Oh, Liliana says she can get a stream going if someone wants to basically
I'll do that.
run the stream or be on panel.
Yeah,
but she's in the hair salon.
Yeah, no, I'll do that for her. She's a good person.
I would do that, but I do because I'm a caffeine hoe. I need to get to the.
Oh, Spike, you could fucking speak an English accent for the life of love of you.
Liliana, there's nothing for me to talk about. It's just me I know what kind of people I want in my life and what kind of people I don't, and it's just me drawing a boundary. There's no conversation that's going to change my reaction to that. None. You, Angel, Flaky Jake, and whoever else endorses videos making fun of autistic people and mocking them and making fun of them with violence. Like joking about violence against them. Nothing, no conversation's going to change my reaction to that, and the fact that I want to keep my community away from that.
All I can say is I can mock anybody with anything like that of any mental illness.
Senior Citizen Saul made a video.
Yeah,
he did. So it's out there.
Jeff, I suffer from mental illness myself. My nephew suffers from mental illness myself. I have people in my family who have that too, so I would never do that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you.
I would never do that.
I don't think you would.
I really wouldn't. It is not right. It is wrong, and I would say that to anybody else. But I respect people.
Well, according to her, it's art therapy. She wants to come and lecture me about mental health codes of ethics, but she endorses as therapy somebody making a video about an autistic person, mocking his autism, making fun of the autism, and putting an arrow through his neck and laughing about how he was killed by the Republicans. This is art therapy, and Liliana endorses it. So I just want the information out there that this is Liliana, and I don't want to be involved with a person that believes this way. So I am drawing a boundary about my connection with you. I don't want anything to do with a person like you, and I don't want you bringing that to my community. You can hang out here, but if you start to crap it up with your art therapy, I'm going to draw a boundary. And I'm drawing a personal boundary. Me, Jeff, is not interested in getting to know a person like you.
I am actually in my last year of on my degree.
The what?
My last year of my degree.
No, I'm not faking autism, Flo.
Oh no,
I
no, no,
actually
no.
have autism, and you're neurodivergent yourself. Are you looking for more content? You need another day of content? You milked 2 days out of me already. You need a third day. What can I give you? What can I do for you?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Hey, Vaxi.
Well, now I'm intrigued by this video as
It's
someone
the one. Oh my God! I kept
as
posting
someone
it in the
who
chat.
taught
It's the one
art.
senior citizen Paul did
Yeah,
about.
I
Hey,
didn't.
hey, can I
I,
say something? Can I say
just
something real quick?
just as
Can I-
someone who
yeah.
I
Sure,
mean,
sure,
Jeff,
Mike.
you know my backstory, but I taught art to autistic children, so
Can,
now I'm
can,
curious.
Well, here it
I
is.
want to say something to Spike real quick, if you don't mind. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. Spike, I was arguing with you yesterday, and I'm sorry about that, bro. I like I said, I don't want any heat with you. We got into a little bit of a tiff yesterday. I respect you, bro, and you were trying to give me good advice, and I just wanted to apologize to you about raising my voice to you. That's all. That's all I want.
Flo, I'm not a victim. I never said you keep trying to make me way more to a victim than I'm making myself. I'm just saying somebody made a hateful video making fun of my autism and laughing about violence against autistic people. I'm not saying that makes me a victim at all. So your
I
narrative is once again you have a distorted narrative about me, which you get very attached to. You think I porn bomb my own channel and all kind of other crazy stuff. And so your narrative is not going to take here. Like there's too much
I will.
reality working
Yeah,
against it.
I will say, Jeff. It, in Britain, it's
Flo,
very.
watch the video and judge for yourself. Like I can have whatever reaction to it I want. You don't have to see it the same way
Okay.
I do.
So, Jeff, will say in Britain it's very hard at the moment because of the waiting list to be diagnosed with autism. I am on my list for autism, but I'm also trying to take a. I'm trying to take a history degree at the moment.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I can show you this if you really want me to. I can. I can show you
Thanks,
this.
Mike.
But it is very hard. But I can understand what you're meaning. Also, if you get my meaning,
Wait, say that again?
I can also understand what you're saying. But it's also very hard to. It's also hard to understand what you're saying if you get my meaning.
I
I
didn't understand that.
no. I'm taking a history degree. I'm taking a full history degree.
Right.
Um, which I've got like a diploma. I've got diploma in history, which is like an HND. I'm just one step away from getting a oh god, what is it if I'm getting? Okay, so I'm one step away from getting a historical an actual historical degree, which is not an HND, but is something similar.
Okay. Yeah.
Which
And
I'm
and what
trying.
and what Paul in what field? What field? What is that going to be in?
History.
History.
Awesome, awesome, man. History is life.
History.
History is life, bro.
History. You ask me about history, I can talk you to about history.
Yes,
And
you
you
can.
may not agree, you may not agree, but I may not be right, but it's what's the word? Oh god.
I love history, man. That's my channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I love history too. My
My
family
my
my
channel is paranormal investigations and history.
yeah. My history I have my family's fought in the US War of Independence on both sides.
The War of 1812. Nice. I'm from
Yeah,
Cuba.
no, not on the war of 1812. Before, my family has fought on both sides on the American War of Independence and the
17.
American War of Independence,
Mhm.
and before the 1812 Civil War. My family's fought on both wars. My family's also fought in every Scottish war that is related to the Britain and Scotland too.
Huh.
That makes sense. My family's also fought in every Napoleonic War, every First World War, and every Second World War too. And
Paul,
before then,
can I ask how are you talking? They were in the Civil War of America?
yeah,
No, he's talking about the
No,
Revolutionary
no,
War.
no, no. He was
yeah.
mentioning.
No, talk about the Revolutionary War. My family's fought in then, and my family's fought in the 1812 in the 1812 War too.
See, that's what I.
My family is from Scotland, and my family is. If you look at my family, if I was willing to share my family, which I'm not, which is obvious reasons, but my family has fought at every single war that Scotland has been involved in.
My uncle's uncle's uncle, or something like that, was Ethan Allen.
Yeah, your uncle's just silence, Mike.
I wasn't speaking in a Scottish accent. I was telling you.
You speaking in a Mockney accent, you slut.
We got a drunk Scottish guy.
Listen, Paul, I was going to take over for you. I think the word for taking over is
Take
insightful.
over. I would bitch slap you, mate. I'd come over there and bitch slap you.
Did you say you bitch slap me? I'm from California,
Yeah.
yo. Throw your roll, bro.
I don't care if you're in California or not. I would come over there and just give you a bitch slap and fly over.
Would you slap me with a glove? Would you slap me with
Yeah.
a glove off your hand?
I fucking would, mate. I would. No,
All love, bro. All love.
I love you, Spike. You know that. I would never say anything bad about you, mate. But my family's fought in every single war Scotland's fought in, every single war Britain's fought in, and I am proud of that. I am proud of that. I am proud of where my family's came from.
Did you fight in the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, I did, mate.
You proud of that?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
What side were you on, Paul?
I was side of me, mate, you fuckers.
Hey,
Don't
Paco.
side me.
Welcome. It's
No,
gets a little crazy around here.
I am side of me. I am side of my family. If they fought in that, they fought in that. I ain't going to. I ain't all the difference. But I will say my family has fought in every single British war, every single that war that Britain's been involved in, and even the Napoleonic War. My family's been involved in the Chelsea Hospital,
Nice.
and they fought that in the Napoleonic War in Egypt.
So I guess you also had family that was also involved in the struggles, in the troubles in Northern Ireland and Britain
My dad was in the British Army that time.
during the troubles. Yeah. So
Yeah, but he was Army catering corps, mate. You don't kill people with rock cakes, mate.
oh no, you don't. Oh no.
You don't.
I'm a military historian. I know a lot about different wars and
Yeah,
but mostly
my brother fought in. My brother was in. My brother was in the army, and he was in Royal Artillery, and you had people shooting at him, but they didn't shoot back. Look, you got the end. You look at the end of the day. You look at the troubles in Northern Ireland, and it was. Yeah, the troubles in Northern Ireland is absolutely wrong on both sides. But you have to look at the IRA. The IRA claim that when you talk about, they'll say Bloody Sunday, look at Bloody Monday, and you'll see the difference. Look, at the end of the day is night, and there's a lot of people killed on both sides, and it shouldn't happen in life.
wars shouldn't happen. I mean,
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
yes. We in Talcott all agree.
It shouldn't happen.
No,
It
it's not
is
the Paul
wrong.
only hour. It's the drunk Scotsman hour. But it's also
Yeah.
the figure out which stream to send everybody to
That's
next hour
husband.
too.
I've drunk a fucking bottle of some famous spouse here. You can't.
A fucking
Have a
bottle of
laugh.
something. I won't say the C word.
Oh yeah, fuck you, Spike.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
shoot
your
ya.
opinion. That's your opinion. You don't have to worry about my sensitivity. Worry about your own.
In the UK, you can say the C word, but in the States, I don't buy
No,
it.
I absolutely love Spike. Spike is one of my main people, and Spike knows that too.
I'm another drunk Scot. I'm from Scotland. Spike from Scotland.
Spike, I will come to America and I'll beat you.
I actually think you would. I mean,
I really would.
you used to you're getting bar brawls for fun out there, don't you?
I will fucking
Latin
beat you. I'll
pains. I
come
don't know
over
them.
there. I'll come over there and I would stripe you silly, mate. Spike is my man. I love Spike to bits. And Spike knows that too. Cheers,
Hey, when
mate.
you fight, do you roll your arms back and forth like those old time boxers? Come on, I'll get you from Scotland.
Spike, that meant that you beat you. You're a good person. I love you, Spike. I really do love you. You're a good person to me, man.
Oh, he's a sock account. Well, I'm wrapping up anyway. Spike, you start the stream or somebody else?
If Spike starts the stream, I'll be there.
Liliana, quit creating fake drama. I already told you what my issue with you is. It's the fact that you endorse a video making fun of autistic people and violence against them.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why. It's nothing to do with anything else you're typing in the chat. And so, my intelligent viewers out there, that's the score. Liliana can say what she wants.
Yeah, yeah.
Apart from Spike, because Spike's an asshole.
Oh, Nova thinks she's having a negative effect on you.
I'm an artificial asshole.
Oh, Spike you cunt!
I'm an
Oh, Spike,
artificial
you
asshole.
silly! Oh, fucking come over here!
When I get old, I lose my hair.
Don't sing the Beatles to me, you sod!
Many years from now, hello, I'm John Lennon. I'm Paul McCartney.
This is the best I've ever seen Paul. Paul is like
Really?
on
He's in
fire.
grief.
No, he's fun. He's awesome. Yeah, it's cool, man. I'm glad you're feeling good. Glad you're feeling good, man.
I've always been awesome. I just hate people who lie. I just hate people don't tell the truth. If
It's
you
awesome.
tell the truth, you're cool by me. If you lie, you're not cool to me. I will just say who it is. I love being on Jeff's panel. I have never said anything different by Jeff. Jeff, you're a cool person.
Oh, Jeff's
Look
cool.
after yourself.
I mean, Jeff's cool, man. He's got.
Yeah. Jeff is cool. I've always said Jeff is cool. I've always said that. Apart from the antlers, you look like a
I'm not used to being this cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you look at me, say, mate. Don't take the fucking antlers. But I have respect for you. Yeah.
Right on.
And pizza.
Somebody's not coming in.
Oh, Jeff, buy me a fucking bottle of whiskey, you cunt.
Oh, that's where all this is leading. Well, I need
hell.
more super chats for we'll do a Paul's whiskey fund.
Oh, fuck you, the super jazz. Buy me a fucking bottle of whiskey.
Holy crap.
Look after yourself, Spike. I love
You too, and Paul. But take care of yourself. I'm serious.
No. I'm being serious to you, mate. You're a really good person. I've never said anything bad about you. Just take care of yourself, mate.
Oh yeah.
You too,
Nice.
Paul. It's
Alright,
good to see you.
just remember, where's the fucking whiskey?
See, that's why I was asking when you first hopped up. You said you have a dry bottle, but you don't have any backups. That happens.
Oh, Spike! Don't start me. You can start me in other channels, mate. I love you, geezer. You look after yourself, yeah? Everybody else, take care.
Take care.
Right on.
Will do.
Jeff, aren't you supposed to end it or no? Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Yo, Jeff, remember the other night? Jeff's like, I gotta go, and like 2 hours passed, and we're still talking.
This is the Southern goodbye. This is what we do. This is why my phone calls last 6
No,
hours with my friends back home.
no, Jeff. Thank you for having me up on your panel the last couple of days, man. And aside from me being in your chat, brother, this is awesome. This makes me feel like I belong and I'm wanted.
Right on.
Oh, well, glad you could be here. Keep coming back.
What are you fucking in NA and A? Keep coming back.
Is that what they say? No.
Yeah, but
they say keep coming back. Oh my God, I got to find a new tagline.
What are
I'm
you
using
fucking,
the NA.
That's the shit we say in fucking 12-step recovery. Keep coming back.
Yo. In AA, they give you the coin 6 months sober. It's going to be a coin with antlers on it. It says 6 months Jeff. 6 months Jeff's panel. The little antlers on the coin.
I don't believe you, Liliana. I think when you put a heart under a video, you're telling the person you love the video. I think you're bullshitting right now. I really do. I don't trust a word that's coming out of your fingers right now. I can't wait to wrap up the panel.
Jeff, you know what? Sometimes you fucking confuse the fuck out of me. You know that? But I love you, man. I mean...
yeah, I like you too.
He's fucking speechless.
That was awkward. But no, it's good to see you, Secrets. Just keep it a secret. Just keep your love for Jeff a secret.
Those fucking Andrews.
Don't baby reindeer. I already got Barnabas. I can't have too many baby reindeers.
It's a little tiny hat on him. Jeff, you have to admit, when he wears that tiny hat, you're helpless. You fall in love with Barnabas when he has a little tiny hat on. Don't lie. It's all good. Secrets, Spike, my friend, salute. And
Mike,
Jeff,
I've seen you up on panels before, brother.
Yeah.
Mike, thanks for what you said earlier, bro.
No, I apologize, bro. You were trying to give me advice, man, and Spike, you know me, I'm hard headed.
I tried to tell. Like I saw what he was. I saw how he was saying it, and I saw you were taking it. I tried to tell you that Spike was not doing what you thought he was doing.
I know that this is a channel where we don't want to infantilize. Is it what's
infantilize?
Infantilize. I was looking out for your better interest. That's all.
I know you were, bro, and that's why I apologize to you, brother to brother. I'm sorry about raising my voice because the last person I want to argue with is you. So I'm sorry about that. I took it. My ego kicked in, and I'm man enough to say I apologize about that. I should have listened to you, but when you're bullheaded, Spike, you're not you, me. You're bullheaded until you have time to think about it and say, you know what, he was right. And let me say something.
Making a Taurus? Don't make any zodiac jokes just because I'm a Taurus, dude. What?
The bull. Spike,
this is an antler channel. Come on, man.
Spike, I'm the Leo. So like I.
Are you a Leo?
I'm a Leo. I'm a Leo.
God, that explains a whole lot. Yes, you do have the Leo personality. Now that I think about it,
I think later on I'm going to twerk and I'm going to film myself twerking.
Secrets of the past, Carson Daly over here.
Right, no doubt. But hey, listen, guys. I know we will drag Jeff for another hour if we don't stop because we love Jeff. We love us some Jeff. But hey, listen.
And I'll be back later tonight. So.
If you're going up later, I'm probably going to eat some dinner, and then if you come up later, I'll pop in because I'm sorry, whoever's listening. I know people want me to come to their channel so they can beat me and
well, no, but Hebrew did say like he wanted you specifically. It sounded legit.
But I don't care what anybody says this or clips this or makes whatever they want to say about this. My number one channel, my number one loyalty is always to Jeff because Jeff's always been there for me. So that's my loyalty. That's what it is. So if Jeff is on, I'm going to his channel. That's all I'm trying to say.
What did he just do to me? Is that an Italian thing? You put like a mark on somebody?
No, it's loyalty. It's loyalty. If somebody is good for you, if somebody looks out for you, you look out for them, and that's what it is. It's a bond. But like I said, until you say I don't want you to come back, and I'm like, yeah, no problem, I'll bounce out. But if there's multiple,
Satanist. I know this kind of bonds.
You're corrupting me. I'm gonna be wearing a little hat, naked somewhere. But no, it's all good, bro. Jeff, enjoy your night. If you come up later, I get the little notification. If I'm available, I'll pop up, brother. But secrets, keep those secrets a secret. And it was good to talk to you. And Jeff, come up late. Come up later. I'll pop in and we'll talk. We'll chat it up. All right. All right, brother. I'll see you later.
All right, Derek. Good to see you too.
You too, brother. I'm gonna cook something to eat, and I will talk to you later.
Okay, I'll see you out and about later.
Okay, brother. Talk to you later.
Take care.
You too.
All right. Whew. I love this work, honestly. I do love this work. I'm doing my break and my. This was supposed to be a little quick hour of coffee, and I had a suspicion it would turn into this, and I'm very pleased that it did. Not lies. We were watching Canadian Big Brother all the time, and there's that show. Fuck, what's it called? Corner Gas Station or something. We watched some episodes of that. Paul, you take care of yourself. I'm serious. Hydrate, get some sleep, and keep coming back. All right. All right, everybody. I'll see you later. We'll be in the Discord catching up on some reality TV. There's the big Survivor premiere. The new season just started. If you want in on it, this is the time to do it. The premiere is happening soon today in Discord. All right. Take care, everybody. Yeah, you too, Heather. We finally ended. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be out again later this evening. So talk to everybody then. All right, everybody go eat, hydrate, break, touch grass, talk to humans, and we'll do it again soon. Take care.